All right, so what I did is I put the intro in 2 and took 1 down. Now I'm going to start taking the executive workflows out. We'll see if we're actually on the air. I don't know.
And away we go. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the big show. It's on the radio. This is the Round Brown Show. Howdy, y'all. Welcome in. Great to be with you. What I meant to say is this is the Rob Brown Show, is what I should have said.
Wow, you said the Round Brown Show. You did
In
say
fairness,
that.
that still works.
That's it. I thought maybe that you were being self-deprecating. I didn't know that.
You know what I did for dinner last night, Lonzo? I had and I stopped at a grand total of 6 wings. I stopped at 6. I cooked up 6 wings. I ate the 6 wings and I stopped myself. And what I came to the conclusion is, while, look, I got some new digs, right? I got some new flannel that I'm getting ready to rock.
Dude,
all right.
It's from the Kirk Cousins
100%.
collection.
Not only is this shirt from the Kirk Cousins collection, I got it from the Costco. This is literally, I am repping the Kirk Cousins brand today, right? Yeah, after the show, I throw on the blenders and I go Team Dion. During the show, I'm all Kirk Cousins. So I went yesterday over to the Costco. I had to get myself another thing of Coke Zero. Had to pick up some CZs, pick up some Coke Zeros. And while I was in there, as I was walking through the from the entrance back to where the sodas are, as I was walking through and by, I saw these flannel shirts and I'm like, yo, it's the Kirk Cousins collection. Let me snag a couple. And I did, got some new digs, some new threads on today. But I also came to the conclusion that I just have to lose weight now. I'm inside of a year away from getting married, but that's second priority. The first priority, Lonzo, is that when you wear stripes, if you're fat like I am, what happens is the further down the shirt goes, the more those little vertical rows get stretched out towards the bottom. And it becomes very obvious. And I'm like, all right, I gotta drop some LBs so I can be stylish in the Kirk Cousins collection, right? So last night I get to the house and the fiance is like, hey, you know what I want for dinner? I want wings. Now, Rob Brown, giant wing guy, big fan. She goes, I want wings. I never turn down wings. I'm like, you know what? Let me make us some wings. I haven't done that in a while. So I made some wings. I made 24 wings. Let me get the drummies out. Let me get the flats out. She's a flats gal. I'm a drummy guy, right? Always team drummy.
I don't get the flats, people. I mean,
I don't get them either.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't understand. It's more work for less meat.
Exactly.
Now, as a crawfish guy, and I won't say it again, but as a crawfish guy, that's special me. For a wing, man, I don't get team flats over team drummies. I'll never understand it. Now, I'm gonna eat whatever you put on the plate in front of me, right? If I come to the house and you cooked up some wings and you give me half flats, half drummies, I'm all in. You give me all flats, I'm eating them. But she is team drummy or team flat. I'm team drummy. So we got to the point last night where I made 24 wings. I put 12 on each plate. I ate 6. And then I looked at the new Kirk Cousins brand flannel. And I was like, nah, bro. I got to get in shape. So I told her, I'm like, I'm done. She's like, you ate 6 wings. I said, yeah, I'm done. She goes, look at you being committed to looking good for the wedding. And I went, yeah, that's it. That's what I'm doing. That is definitely what I'm doing. 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a show lined up for you today.
Meanwhile, I'm over here and I have no idea how to spell best. So, I mean, I am dealing with some stuff here, but
you really are.
Still.
We're not going to pull back the curtain, but it's chaos behind the scenes of the Rob Brown Show this morning. And Lonzo's over there busting it up. We, ladies and gentlemen, have got a lot to get to on the radio broadcast today. Texter on the text line, the madworldattractions.com text line, says only 6 wings, physically impossible. Listen, it was everything I had. It was everything I had to get to 6. Looked down at a plate with 6 more beautifully cooked wings and go, save them for tomorrow, dude.
All right. Are these full-size drums, though?
Oh, yeah.
So
might as well have been Popeye's chicken legs.
Okay. All right.
We don't
okay. So that's different than how the picture you were painting.
Because back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean last week, I made the same wings, went ham on 18 of them.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it all you out there thinking it's the mini things, it's
No,
not.
listen, we don't do no bull boat chicken wings in my house. No bull boat chicken wings in the Rob
I just went Batman and figured that out.
That's fine. Like I said, no bull boat wings in my house. I mean, they're not Popeye's chicken legs. And by the way, the superior fast food chicken, Popeye's. But as a chicken guy, I'm also not buying like, I don't need it to look like you took the chicken out the egg and made it a wing. All right. It needed to be a chicken. Needed to be a good sized chicken. And it was. All right. What are we getting to on the radio broadcast today? Number one, I'm going to go ahead and apologize in advance, but and you can thank your social media contingent for this. Last week when Rashad Beard was on the show, and he'll join us tomorrow to talk a little cat football. But last week when we were on the interview with Rashad Beard, and I said, let's talk a little bit about the mentality of this fan base going into the Minnesota. This was 0-3 going into the Minnesota game, a game the Cats had a 10-0 lead and then lost. I said, Rashad, what's the mentality of the squad up there in the CHA? And he said, not good, dude. Not good. He said Carolina Panther Twitter right now is on fire. Like, not in a good way. Not like, he's on fire, but like a dumpster fire.
Here's the only way it wouldn't have been if CJ Stroud wasn't doing what he's doing. If Anthony Richardson wasn't doing, if both of those guys were struggling just as much, there would be a little more understanding. But seeing as how that there was the option for the Panthers to take either one of those other two guys and they passed on them.
That's great. Any other team would have done the exact same pick.
No.
But we're going to come to that.
No,
They
would not.
We're going to come to that in a minute because yesterday on said dumpster fire of social media, I had one very brief interaction with a Charlotte-based Carolina Panthers reporter. I retweeted something that she said. I put it up on the Fan Upstate profile, which you can go check out, which you can go look. And I'm going to play that audio for you coming up here in just a minute. Young lady by the name of Sheena Quick. She covers the Cats up in Charlotte. And I want to start by saying she is fantastic. I had to shack a little bit yesterday and go, I apologize. I was unfamiliar with your game. But I went and checked out some of her stuff, and she's very good. But she had a take on social media that I had a bit of a disagreement with. Posted it to the Fan Upstate page and woke up this morning, Lonzo, to find out that the tweet that I sent out. Now, I'm not a views are the only thing that matters guy. I'm not a guy that goes, this tweet got this many likes and this many retweets and this many quotes and all that. Like, I'm going to put what I want to put on social media, and if it catches on, great, and if it doesn't, whatever. The people I care about are in this network.
I heard that's the main thing that people
I'm very against the grain
here. Yeah. So
I'm only saying this because I'm relatively sure the boss isn't listening yet, though I could be wrong.
I wish he was.
And we'll find out. But I woke up this morning after I put that tweet up on the Fan Upstate. I woke up this morning, Lonzo, to find out that tweet, as of this moment in time, has received 198.5 thousand views at this point. 198,000 views.
So you did the thing where you're completely wrong about something and everyone else agrees that you're wrong about something. And
no, I'd say it's about 80-20.
Is it?
This guy's an idiot.
Is it? Okay.
No, I'm wrong.
Okay.
It's about 80-20 that I'm wrong.
All right.
But I'm not. And coming up in the very next
in
segment,
this room, you're 50% wrong.
I mean, that's better than I'm doing on Twitter right now.
Okay. All right. That's because there's just two of us in here. So
in the next segment, I'm going to play the audio from Sheena Quick, who, again, after looking at her stuff, after doing some research yesterday, I think she's fantastic. This is not a personal thing. I got no grudge against Sheena Quick. I think she's very good. But
this sounds a lot like when we get taken into the office and we're told how good we're doing and at stuff, and then
not at
the
all.
things coming
Let
afterwards.
me explain where it's coming from. And I want to put it off because I want to get it into the next segment. I don't want to burn up the conversation here, but I do think it's important to say this because what happens in a situation like this is you get shockingly troll listeners who are going to go on and be like, Sheena, this little nobody down in Greenville saying you suck. And I'm not. She's very good. I listen to a lot of her stuff. Great analysis of the Cats. I just happen to disagree on this one take. So I'm going to play you the take in the next segment. And then I'm going to read you the tweet that I sent out that kind of got me busted up on Twitter a little bit, and I want to see where you guys come down because I think I'm good, but Panther Twitter ate me alive yesterday, so we're gonna do that coming up in a little while. Then after that, it turns out somebody's in my camp. It turns out somebody is in the same spot as far as their attitude towards the Carolina Panthers as I am.
I'm guessing that somebody's just looking out for a fellow short person.
I mean, it depends on who you think this person is. I mean, I would say that they definitely are a fellow short person, but I don't think they are somebody that you're going to blast their take. There is somebody who said yesterday that Carolina Panther fans, and it's somebody that you all respect. And they're on my camp. They're on my side in this. Or I guess I should say, I'm on theirs. So we'll tell you who that is coming up later. And Frank Reich made an admission about that Minnesota Viking game that blew my mind. And it blew my mind on 3 different levels. One short take, like 22 seconds worth of answer in the press conference, and it caused me to have a visceral reaction. I heard this take yesterday for the first time. I don't know how I didn't hear it because I watched the post-game presser, and I guess I just missed it, or I wasn't paying attention, or I went to my phone. But I heard this take yesterday, and I just leaned back in my chair like, what did I just hear? What is he talking about, man? This ain't it, bro. This ain't it. So I'm going to give you that take and some of the thoughts that I had in response to that. So we'll do that coming up in the next segment of the show. Later on in the show, I am going to ask you guys a question about NFL teams. Who is it time to panic on, and who is it time to just relax? Who needs to hit the panic alarm, and who needs to just calm down? I was going to play the Taylor Swift clip again, but I felt like Lonzo might hit me.
No, I am listening, but I'm doing something else at the same time.
I'm trying to decide how much I want to stay in your ear.
I can do 2 things at once.
That's the best.
Yeah.
So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to go ahead and run out to a break. We are actually, shockingly, on time. This is when we're supposed to take breaks. But I'm a rebel without a cause. So I do what I want.
Yeah. I can't wait for this.
Let's take a break. When we come back, I'm going to play you the take from Sheena Quick. I'm going to read you the quote that I had, and then we're going to have a discussion. I ordinarily don't start the show with Carolina Panther talk. If you haven't figured out the formula, and how have you not, this is the 3rd day we've done this show. But if you haven't figured out the formula, we usually go college football, NFL, everything else, college football out the door. But I got to jump straight into Carolina right now because of how ridiculous this conversation got yesterday. So let's take a break. When we come back, I'll play you that audio. I mean, are we going to break? Can we go to break? We're just going to feel it out, see what happens?
Let's try.
Let's try it. If the break goes, great. If not, we'll see you back here in 15 seconds on the Rob Brown Show.
Or less.
And the Fan Upstate. Good morning, Stream.
My world.
Okay, I lied. Quick break, then we're right back.
I think we're good now.
Yeah, I think we're good too.
I was right about potting down one though.
Okay.
Because that little bit you heard, that was network.
Coming off a network? Okay.
Yeah, but Chris fixed everything. But because we were in that and I didn't know how to get in it without advancing, there was and I had a theory that was still on, but when the mics are on, there's no way for me to listen. So now I get to build a show.
Yay.
So there was that one little blip there, and we're good. You keep talking about that person. I don't see it in your audio.
It's not. I'm going to have to play it off the
website.
Right. But I've scanned it already. It's clean. It's from TV News.
Okay. So I may be a little more occupied until
for sure.
Until I get the show set up, but I'm not that much because I'm awesome.
If you need me to,
no, we're good. We're good. I can do this one break at a time if I have to. We're good. I mean, this break is ready to go. So, and the next break is ready to go. I've almost got the hour done. So I was just letting you know if I look distracted, that's what I'm doing. So. It's a good thing I looked. Because normally I don't set things up before I go in there and set everything up in there and then I come back in. And I just sat down and looked because I thought I'd set everything up because of the thing we were supposed to start today.
Yeah.
And I was going to go in there and set all that up. And I looked at it and went, oh, that's not right.
Morning, P Digits, Steven, Jersey Joe. Good to have you all, dudes and dudettes.
Things are crazy, man. Crazy.
I'm going crazy. I just can't sleep.
I have no
I'm
idea.
so excited. I'm in too deep. Oh,
what the heck are you singing? Usually I catch your lyrics. This one I just don't.
That's Britney Spears, bro.
Oh, okay. Not a big Britney.
Crazy, but it feels all right.
Wow, that really applies.
Thinking of you, baby, keeps me up all night.
Is there anything about Dancing with Knives in there? Okay.
Yeah.
That's not me.
If that's the worst that happens.
Yeah, but it's going to be a problem.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, South Carolina? What's up, America? It is great to be with you on the Rob Brown Show. Every morning, 6 till 10 in our all-new time slot until November 24th. It is the Fan Upstate. We'll still be here after that. That's just when Lonzo and I decided we're going to stop calling it new.
It won't be new anymore.
Yeah, it won't be new. Yeah. It'll be played at that point.
It'll be old hat. No. It'll still be fresh, but it just won't be new.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can still be fresh and not be new, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I am not new, but I am fresh AF, bro. Look at this. I am 3 big chains away from being Kirk Cousins' little brother.
You are,
actually,
for sure.
I'm probably Kirk Cousins' older brother.
Yeah, Kirk is. Oh, I don't know. You guys might be about the same age.
Oh, he's 3 years younger than me. How is the dinosaur of the league 3 years younger than me? Everything sucks and I hate it.
Aaron Rodgers is the dinosaur of the league, but
that's true.
But he's not playing right
now. By the way, we're talking Aaron Rodgers later in the show. Did you hear what he said yesterday? He wants back this year. This season. He wants back this season.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the other thing, which I thought was funny, and you probably didn't. So
which part?
The Kelsey thing.
No, I didn't even see that.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, no, we're coming to that later now, too.
No, we shouldn't.
No, we absolutely should.
No, I don't think we should.
I loved everything Rodgers said yesterday. For the record, I'm Team Rodgers today. Probably not tomorrow, probably not yesterday, but today I'm Team Rodgers.
If you go searching for the comment, you won't be.
Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. Well, it might be Robbie Rodgers later on in the show. But here's what I want to get here. There is a young lady named Sheena Quick out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Before I go any further and before any of you guys start trying to get where you're throwing shade, I want to be very clear. I checked out Sheena Quick's stuff on her Twitter yesterday, and I have to tell you, I think that she is fabulous. All right? She covers the Carolina Panthers for 1340 AM Fox Sports up in Charlotte. She is an analyst on the Queen City News. I think she's great. I liked a lot of what she had to say. But welcome to the industry. No two people agree on everything. Lonzo and I have butted heads more in the last 2 shows than the last 2 years.
You're completely wrong about what you're saying right now.
Exactly. Right? So yesterday, Sheena Quick was on the Queen City News in Charlotte, North Carolina. And she said this.
Should have been our game to win yesterday.
Honestly, all of these games should have been their games to win. They came into the season with one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. And we're not talking enough about this staff. I know everybody's talking about Bryce Young, and he is a rookie, but we have been, to me, hoodwinked, bamboozled, and run amok. We were told that this was the creme de la creme, that this was an offensive-minded powerhouse of a staff, and we just have not seen that translate to the field. The run game has been completely obsolete.
So that's what Sheena had to say.
We didn't land on Sherwood Forest. Sherwood Forest landed on us. That's exactly what she just quoted. That's what she quoted.
She said, we have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, and run amok. At you.
So you didn't catch that before?
I really didn't.
Yeah.
I really didn't.
She's okay.
That's phenomenal.
Okay. All right.
Good on Sheena. If that is where she went
dude,
full men in tights on us.
Dude, that's got to be the exact quote.
That's fantastic. That was what movie was that from?
It was Men in Tights.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. It's when Robin addressed the people in the forest and they weren't listening, and then Chu got up there and went full Malcolm X. That's what she just did.
That's what I thought. Dave Chappelle in one of his most underappreciated but most iconic roles. All right, so here's what I said, because I heard that take from Sheena, and I get it. I said on Twitter yesterday, and I directly quote me. Fans won't like this, but fans don't run the team. This isn't about wins and losses. Never was. Fans talk themselves into the playoffs for some reason. No. What matters this year is growth for next year. Development, progression, school of hard knocks, end quote. That's all I said, right? And I thought, that's not super inflammatory. I don't go for inflammatory. Inflammatory is not my style. In fact, to the point that I've been told my lack of inflammatoriness is probably what's like holding me back from taking over.
I don't know, man, because we've had some heated discussions lately, especially over this particular topic, and you don't seem like you held back too much on those.
I didn't say I wouldn't hold back. I said I am not purposefully inflammatory. Because what I could have done.
I don't know. I felt like you were coming at me. I was with such anger that we didn't even talk wrestling afterwards. Anger. It was, yeah, I mean, I felt the heat from the flame from your eyes. So.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Deep
like,
cuts today.
It was like, okay, I'm definitely getting traded now.
No, you're not. Because I don't want to do everything you're having to do right now. So. What I could have done is just tried to dunk on Sheena Quick, but I have no interest in doing that because I think she's got good stuff. But I think what I said, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but I am now sitting on, remember I told you in the last segment, 195,000 views. It is now at 199.2 thousand views as of the last 20 minutes, right? Here are some of the responses that we got. At Bridget Stockdeal said, no, it's unacceptable to ask me to pay $6,000 in a contract I signed for my season tickets, not including the charge for the seats for a winless season due to growth. Unbelievable. We had a response from Drew, who said someone wasn't paying much attention to the teams fans were sold. If you think this season is about growth or development, that's on you. Is it though? Oh, and he hit me with a clown emoji at the end. That's how you know it's serious. At Greer
I would
Poplar,
think the clown emoji would be like the opposite of serious.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's serious about trying to dunk on me.
Oh, good.
He called me a clown at the end.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
At Greer Poplin said, no, you don't trade away your first round picks the following season if the plan is for it to be a developmental year. Clearly, the front office believed we could actually compete for the division. If they knew we'd be staring down 0-17, they never trade the pick. At White Line Finest said it was never about planning and building for next year when they traded our 2024 first rounder away. You can't be building and not have a first round pick. This team's decision makers legitimately thought it was a playoff year, not us. Messaging to the fans has always been inconsistent. We got at Just Real Talk that said, what? You realize we are in the NFC South. Making the playoffs was absolutely plausible, especially given the coaching staff and team that was talked about the beginning of this. Steven. At Steven the Leo said, I agree. I said it. People expectations were way too high for a brand new building team. So let me clarify where I was coming from here. All right? Let me clarify where I was coming from. Number one, there actually is a group to be mad at here. It ain't Bryce Young. It ain't the offensive line, although you absolutely can be mad at them too. They're bad. It ain't Sanders. It ain't Chuba. It ain't Mingo. It ain't Chenault. It ain't Burns. It ain't Brown. Those ain't the guys to be mad at. Let me tell you who you need to be mad at. You need to be mad at Frank Reich. You need to be mad at Scott Fitterer. Let me tell you why. Because I think this is the disconnect between Sheena Quick and myself. And by the way, I'm going to reach out to her after the show, see if she'd like to come on and talk about this. I think there is a disconnect between the front office management, the head coach's office, and the fans. And I think the disconnect is this. I absolutely think it would have been a reasonable outcome, reasonable outcome for Carolina to win this division. But let's also be real about this. Nobody except for Rob Brown and Lonzo told you Baker Mayfield's a dude, right? Everybody thought we were watching Baker go to Tampa, and we thought it was over. And Lonzo and I both said, hey, if there's one free agent quarterback out there that we think might be able to turn it around with the wide receiver core that Tampa's put together, it's Tampa Baker Mayfield. Tampa's good. We told you the Saints were going to be at least competitive. At least competitive. Third round Hall of Fame ballot Derek Carr quarterback was going to make them at least competitive. Now, I'll be real with you. The Saints aren't even as good as I thought they were going to be. But they're still rocking one of the best 5 defenses in the National Football League right now, statistically speaking. That Saints offense should be 0-4. The defense has got them to 2-2. The defense won them the first 2 games of the year. The offense lost them the second 2. winning the division was a reasonable expectation for the Carolina Panthers. And so, of course, Scott Fitterer and Frank Reich, and to some degree Dave Tepper, of course they're going to say, yeah, we're ready to make the playoffs now. You know why? It's their job. It's their job. But see, if you're a fan and you looked at that roster and you went, oh, yeah, this is a playoff roster, you're either blinded by your own fandom or
you believed the bill of goods that we were sold by the powers that be, saying that, no, Bryce is the guy. He's so smart. He's the guy. This is the deal. He is the guy.
That is blinded by your own fandom. That's the definition of blinded by your own fandom.
So listening to what you're told is being blind. You should go.
Definition.
You should go. Okay. Yeah, I know they told me this, but they're lying.
Alonzo,
obviously they're lying.
Did you look at this roster and go, this is a playoff roster?
Here's what you know why?
You did?
You know why? Because I looked at the roster of every other team in the South.
And you thought this is a playoff roster?
I thought they had just as good a chance as any other ones. We had this discussion already earlier in the season before the season started, and I was one of the ones who picked them to make the playoff and win the division because I thought the rest of the teams would be really bad. And you know what? Other than Tampa Bay, the rest of the teams are really bad.
I don't disagree.
So, I mean, if they played on par with what they did last year, they'd be in the hunt right now.
This is not last year.
You're right.
This is not last year.
You're right. There's no Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. You and I both thought that they would drop. We do like Baker, but we thought they would drop. Neither one of us picked them to be doing what they're doing right now. The rest of the division is bad, and I get the Saints are your team, so you thought that they were going to do better with Carr. I've never trusted Carr, and that coaching staff that you haven't been happy with in years are still there. The rest of the South is horrible.
I might trade y'all Frank Reich for Dennis Allen. I might be willing to do that. That's how bad Dennis Allen is.
The rest of the NFC South is so bad. I think most people thought there's no way you couldn't compete for it, but they took a step back. This makes you want to be one of us again, to have Matt Rule back, because what you know what you did?
Lonzo,
you know what you did? You know what you did when Matt Rule was there?
You won 3 games.
How many have they won right now?
Yay.
How many of the Panthers won?
Without Baker Mayfield.
How many?
The guy who's
Wait.
Winning the division
How many
right
new
now.
quarterbacks did Matt Rule have?
2.
Yeah. So that argument doesn't work.
All right, that argument works flawlessly, and here's why. If I let's start with Frank Reich. Let's start with Scott Fitterer and Frank Reich. You were sold a false bill of goods. I think we all agree on that.
Most of us were.
Okay.
Yes.
You were sold a false bill of goods. This is the part that I think got up in people's feels yesterday. If you bought the false bill of goods, that's on you. If you took what they were selling and bought it, that's on you.
Wow. I'm trusting, and I do feel bad for the people who spent that kind of money for that and see the product that's on the field.
That's on you. Listen, if I go down,
so buyer beware. That's what you're saying. Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right.
If I go down to my stockbroker, look at this shirt. I obviously have a stockbroker.
I'm surprised you're not the stockbroker with that shirt.
If I go down to my stockbroker's office and I go, hey, I'd like to invest some money, and he pulls up his little tablet and he starts going down, and he comes across a pharmaceutical company, and he goes, hey, I really like this pharmaceutical company. I think you should invest. If I just go, bam, here's 10 grand, and then I look 3 days later, and that pharmaceutical company is worth a quarter of what I paid for that stock, and then I go back and I research and I look and I find out that the day the broker sold me on that stock, it was announced that that pharmaceutical company was killing puppies openly in testing and research, and that's why everybody bailed on him. You know whose fault that is? It's mine. I can absolutely be mad at the stockbroker who sold me a false bill of goods. I can be mad and go, you should have known that. You should have known what was happening. You should have known the price was going to tank. You should have known this stock was going to be absolutely bleeping worthless. But you still sold it to me anyway. You sold it to me anyway so that you could get some commission, so that you could keep your job. But I also have to look at me and go, I didn't do my research. I didn't look into this stock. I didn't look into this company. I didn't look into the practices behind it. I didn't look at what they were putting on the table, and I got screwed. And so while it is fair to be mad at Reich and Fitterer, and I am on your behalf.
Also mad at Nick Saban, because Nick Saban also lied.
No.
Because he said this guy would be good, and he's
You're
not.
not dragging BY into this.
My
man has played 3 games. You're not dragging him into this.
Bryce Young is the biggest part of the problem. He's the one the reason why people are so upset, because of CJ Stroud and because of the quarterback in Indianapolis, because they're doing so well. That makes Bryce Young look so bad, and it makes the management look horrible because they passed over those guys to go for Bryce Young.
So I'm telling
because
you.
Before the season started, everyone said that Houston's dumpster fire and that Indy's a dumpster fire. There's no way you can win in those places. They're horrible. They don't have enough talent. And what are those quarterbacks doing? They're winning on those teams.
They're 500.
Yeah.
Let's calm down.
You know what that is? That's what, twice as much as what Carolina's doing?
I'm going to tell you for a fact, and then I'm going to finish my thought. But I'm going to tell you this for a fact. If Houston drafted first, they would have taken Bryce Young. That is a fact.
No, they wouldn't have.
That is a fact.
No, they would not.
I have got a friend who works for the Texans.
So you know a guy. And just because you know a guy doesn't mean that guy knows what he's talking about.
He works for the Texans. He is in the Texans PR department. He reports directly to management.
I can't believe you're throwing sources under the bus.
This isn't a source. This is literally my guy. He works directly.
Isn't that what a
team.
source is, though? Your guy?
Sure. It is a first-hand source who works for the Texans. And I've had this conversation with him, who told me if we were drafting first, we would have taken Bryce Young. See, this is the nice thing about drafting second or third. The beautiful thing about drafting second or third, I almost sometimes prefer to draft second to first. Because if you draft first and the guy if you draft first and the guy you get doesn't come out on fire, everybody goes, "You're dumb and you're stupid. What a bad pick. We knew it." No, you didn't. You didn't know it.
Not only are you dumb, but you're stupid.
Yeah. Oh, you should have known better. No. That's not how this game works. And if you draft second, you have a wonderful benefit. If you draft second, then if the guy who goes first kicks ass, you get to go, "We couldn't have got him. What do you want?" That is totally who we were going to get, but we couldn't get him. And if the guy that comes off the board first sucks and you get the guy that comes off the board second, you get to go, "Hey, we had to make do with what we got." And if the guy that comes off the board sucks and the guy you take second lights it on fire, you get to go, "Hey, we're geniuses." You're not. You got lucky. Claiming that you knew CJ Stroud was a guy is like claiming you knew what the lottery numbers were going to be because you won it. It's like claiming you knew which scratch-off ticket had the grand prize on it because that's the one you picked. I knew that it was going to be 3, 7, 21, 14, 19, 8. No, you didn't. You got lucky.
If you play those numbers, you are obligated to share with us.
100%. 10%. A 10% cut at least. 10% to me, 10% to Alonzo.
There you go.
So, to finish my stockbroker analogy, because I'm way down the pipe on that one. You can be mad at the broker. You should be mad at the broker. Sold you a false bill of goods, but you also shoulda, coulda, woulda done the research about what you were investing in. You shoulda, coulda, woulda looked at, I don't know, the roster itself. And if you looked at that roster and you thought, playoffs, book it, buy my tickets now, we're going on the road for the wild card round. If you bought that after looking at that roster, I don't know what to tell you. If I wanted to be a real jerk, I'd say, you don't know ball. Because that roster was bad.
Yeah, you would never say that to anybody.
But I wouldn't say that because I'm a nice guy. If I wasn't a nice guy, I'd say if you looked at that roster and you thought this team was ready to compete for a playoff position, you don't know ball. But I'm not. I'm a nice guy.
Again, I'm going to point out, yeah, they were ready to compete in this division. They would have got their butts handed once they got to the playoffs, but this division is supposed to be really bad. And you know what? It is really bad. Tampa Bay is a surprise, but it shouldn't be because they have a decent quarterback with a roster that was built for Tom Brady. You should be able to do something in this division with that. which is what they're doing. But this division was supposed to be, and it is still really bad, which means if you tweaked a little bit, you should have been able to be competitive like you were last year, and they're not.
I understand that. The division is bad, which is why I've also gone on the record and said multiple times, you ready for them not so comfortable
Listen, let me give you another analogy, all right, another comparison. We just moved into the morning slot. All right, the morning slot for sports, it's really bad, okay? We're going to destroy this, but there's not a lot of competition. So it's coming into a position where things are really bad and doing really good, and it looks like, wow, man, you're on fire, but everything here was not that good in the first place. The Panthers sold us a bill of goods. The majority of people, you talked about how many tweets you said is like 80% against you. I'm guessing that's probably Steiner math is probably more like 95% against you.
You can go look. It's not. There are plenty of people who agree with me. Not as many as I'd like.
Can you give me what's the number for plenty?
80%. No, I would say honestly, probably 1 out of 5 agree with me, right? But I would also point out that the 4 out of 5 that
so like
don't,
1 out of 10 dentists.
There is not much that, you know what, one of the most frustrating things in the world is realizing you've made a bad investment. It's incredibly frustrating. I'll give you an example. Here's fun. One of my favorite things to do. I like to play. I like to play underdog bets, Lonzo. And what that is basically every week I pick a list of games, and I go into those games, and you pick of all the players that are playing that day. You pick. Do you think that this guy is going to go over or under this many yards thrown, or this many yards received, or whatever the case might be, right? And I play that every week. It's a blast. Green means I won. Red means I lost. Alonzo, look at my last 3. I missed 1. I missed 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4, and 1 out of 5. Any one of those hits, I am up double on what I put into that bank account. And you know how wildly frustrating it is to get to the end of the night and realize that my bets on Smith, Walker, the third, Waller, and Jones all hit Monday night, but the one I missed was that Jackson Smith and Jigba was going to have 27 yards and ended up with 5, and I woke up that morning to hear that. I was furious because one of the most frustrating things in the world is realizing you made a bad investment. It's painful, whether it's gambling or real estate or stocks or buying something. You buy a car, and then you get to the house and you realize you bought a piece of crap. It is wildly frustrating. And football teams are investments. You invest your time, whether it's every Sunday or multiple days a week because you're listening to podcasts and radio shows. You invest your money when you're buying tickets and merch, whatever. But most importantly of all, you invest your emotional well-being. You hook your personality onto that team. And when they suck, it's not just frustrating, it's wildly frustrating because your investment is not paying off. But here's the thing. Just like any other investment, if you're going to invest in something, that was aggressive. If you're going to invest in something, then you should probably do some research into what you're investing in. You should probably know what you're investing in. When I went to go buy my new car and I knew I was about to throw a few tens of thousands of dollars at a new rig, I wanted to make damn sure that whatever I bought was going to be safe, was going to be reliable, was going to last me for a decade or better. Did a lot of research before I pulled the trigger on the one I got. When I decided that I was going to get engaged to my fiance, you know what I did? I lived with her for almost a year before I pulled the trigger on that. Not because I didn't think she was a spectacular woman, but I wanted to make sure if I move in and live with this lady, is she going to want to kill me in 6 months? Are we compatible living together before we, decide we're going to do that for the rest of our lives? What you don't fall for is a salesman. What you don't fall for is somebody who is trying to convince you that the investment is great and you just take them at their face. That's a bad idea. It's a bad idea in anything. If I would have went with the first car salesman I met, I'd have had a car I hated, right? If I wouldn't have lived with some of the women I've lived with in the past, I wouldn't have the incredible fiance that I have now. You don't take anything at its face. If you took Fitterer and Reich, two guys whose job is to get you to believe that the team is good so you stay invested. If you took them at face value and you looked at this roster and you think, yo, this roster is ready, this roster is good, you got sold a false bill of goods by two salesmen who took you. And I know it's frustrating. But again, I want you to take off the blue and silver glasses, look back at the roster in training camp and go, oh, yeah, that was a playoff-ready roster. It wasn't. You know it wasn't. I know it wasn't. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1. I'm Rob Brown. The Great Milonzo's on the board. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away for just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's all gone. By the way, not sleepy, Luke. Trust me. Trust me, that's not what it is.
No, we got some stuff going on. Luke behind the ropes. Jesse, P Digits, James, Steven, Joe, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, please don't fix it again.
Don't fix it again.
You know what? So random liners show up for the next 3 hours. You guys might bear witness to my very first breakdown. Welcome to my nightmare. I hope you really like it. That's an Alice Cooper song, by the way. I don't know if you knew that or not. Okay, that looks all right. That looks okay. Please don't do anything else. That, I don't know what. No, that's not supposed to be there. The worst part is trying to figure out where the heck I am on this. Because you know the clocks to the left don't match.
I can't do it when it's right.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like, well, they got it fixed, but they left the 10 to noon live, which is not anymore. So they had to go back and do it again. When they went back and did it again to fix the 10 to noon, that's what scrambled everything. luckily, I've seen when they've rebooted in the middle of a show and things have scrambled, so I'm not surprised by it, but it still sucks. And I'm trying not to screw up, even though I have an excuse. If I do, I still don't want to screw up. Hey, that's us.
Yes, it is. It is not award-winning. It is two-time South Carolina Broadcasters Association Sports Talk Radio Show of the Year award-winning, if you want to be specific. And we do.
Or Pacific. I mean, if you want to be Pacific, I'm Pacific this morning.
That's an egg corn.
It is.
We learned that yesterday.
Yes, we did.
An egg corn.
Along with that, fill your booty or what was that?
Yes, fill your booty.
Fill your booty.
Which I might start working into the show. Speaking of fill your booty, how about this text? This is great. Texter said, bro, crap, suck, but this is morning drive, not the pee-pee poo-poo show. What a text. What a text. Let me tell you what I love about this text more than anything else. I love that you started off that text with, bro. Like you're getting on to me about my informal language, and you started it with, bro.
That sounds like I think Chris actually sent that.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I think Chris.
I double checked. It's not Chris.
It's not Chris. Okay,
because that was my immediate thought.
Because he would hide it by putting the bro in the beginning.
Bro. Crap, suck, but this is morning drive, not the pee-pee poo-poo show. All right, so a couple of things.
Bro, use like real language in the morning because people are awake and educated and stuff, and they want to hear all bro.
Let me start with this.
Bro.
Number one.
Bro.
I'm not quite sure
bro.
How to respond, bro.
Bro.
Because, and this may shock you, bro.
Bro.
But I talk how grown-ups in the real world talk, bro.
Come on, bro.
When me and my bros, bro, sit around the bar, bro.
Bro, cha-cha.
And we talk about football, bro. We go, that guy sucks, bro. This team is butt, bro. This is crap, bro. That's how grown-ups talk. And so if you were like, this team is performing in a manner that resembles fecal matter.
I know it's not Ray texting because Ray would never use PP he would never do that. Ray
I hope that my team kicks them in the gluteus maximus.
Come on now. It's a little graphic. We can't be. Yeah.
I think that this team performs on one end of a vacuum, a higher level of pressure than the other, creating suction in the other direction. Like, that's not how people talk, dude. We're going to have fun. We're going to goof off. And, yeah, sometimes we're going to use very informal language. Wait till later, Lonzo, when I say tutty. That guy's going to lose his mind.
All right. I'm with that guy on that.
Lose his mind when I call it a tutty.
Yeah.
He's going to flip. Wait until later in the show when I do my full 7-minute Tay-Tay segment.
I don't know if I can handle that today.
Dude, I talk how people talk sometimes. It just is what it is. Like sometimes it's okay to just relax.
So, when you're like at your wings place and you're watching the game and you got your bros with you, that's how we talk.
This team performs at a less than acceptable level, friend. My bros would be like, dude, get lost.
But by the way, I know someone who heckles like that. I told you about that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, at a wrestling event. And people were looking at him like, what are you doing? Why are you speaking in full sentences? Don't you know where you are?
Anyway, welcome to the Pee-Pee Poo-Poo Show, ladies and gentlemen.
That sounds like a Weenus and Pitts segment.
It kind of is. Skrilla hit. Folks, be very serious this early in the morning. Let me wake up and laugh a little let me wake up and laugh a little, Mr. Stuffy Pants, bro.
Mr. Stuffy Pants.
Yeah, take that, Mr. Stuffy Pants.
Hey, bro. Send us another text, bro.
Bro. Oh, we can't do that anymore.
Well, maybe it's him. He's unemployed right now. Riddle, man, we got a mic right over there, dude. Come on in. Join us.
Coming up in the next hour of the show, we bat lead off with your water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you take your first break and gather around the water cooler to talk sports with your friends and family. Then we will ask the question, is it time for NFL teams who got blown out this weekend to panic or to calm down? I have new sound buttons.
Yeah, that last one kind of hurt a little, though. I'm okay with the alarm.
That's coming up in the next
It's like
hour.
someone just blew in my ear. Ooh.
Hour 2 of 4 is next. It's the great one, Lonzo. It's Rob Brown. It's the Fan Upstate, y'all.
Good morning.
Proof I'm off my game. That's the first we've heard of the child this morning.
It really is. Well, you can't bring kids into the Pee Poo 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 show.
Well, I think if you're going to bring anybody into a pee pee poo poo show, it should be a kid.
The Weenus and Pitt Pee Pee Poo Poo show.
Every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 for the Saturday Morning Scramble. You'll get the latest scores, insight, and exclusive interviews with star athletes and coaches. Plus, I'll be broadcasting live from your local Ingles Market all season. Saturday morning.
All right, time to calm down, right? So you almost got everything together as long as they don't touch it again, and they're going to touch it. It's going to happen. I'm going to need some therapy after this morning. You know, not trying to have a hero complex or anything like that, but, you know, if this happened to anybody else, it would have been bad. But because it was me, all right, so I'm bragging about doing my job, okay? All right? Actually, I'm rambling. I'll get it together before it's maybe. I love the Vince Russo thing, bro, because it could have been. No, Russo wouldn't be offended. He'd be like, "Poo poo pee pee. This is tame, bro." So the random liners here and there probably still will appear through the 4 hours.
Yeah.
And we don't know where they're going to show up. So I'm just going to consider it as gremlins. And you don't know when the gremlins are going to show up.
The Gremlins.
The gremlins. The last gremlins was us, which is just weird. We interrupted us.
I mean, we do that to each other every segment.
Yeah, I know, but
Why not do it in commercial form too?
We both were interrupted by us. Would be a funny bit if it was, planned. All right, so time to do some mathing. Yes, we can work around it. Can you work around it until it's fixed? That's one of the texts. Yeah, we'll do what we do. We'll just make fun of it.
Texter said, "Do you believe the grammar police has a lack of fornication in his life?"
There we go. There it is.
Loud noises.
I can't do anything to fix it. No, we're not. We're not. It's not us yet. There'll be another ID. This one you'll be able to hear.
Okay.
And then it's us. So they asked if we could work around it, and I said yes. And Chris said, "I guess we'll see." Punk.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, but that's so Chris.
Welcome back to the Weenus and Pit Pee Pee Poo Poo Show, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. Glad to have you. I am Rob, the great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass. He is the alpha and the omega of the Fan Upstate. Yeah. 4 hours of greatness comes your way every day. 25% of the way home already.
Bro.
Don't say bro. That's below our level. That's below our level.
Good morning.
Texture said, Rob, do you believe the grammar police has a lack of fornication in his life? Thank you for dressing it up, Texture.
I believe that would be called repression. If I'm, we our greatest sincere apologies to you, sir or madam, for your repression. We hope, as they say, you get some later.
Excellent work, Lonzo. I'm so proud of you.
Hey, why not? That's the way the morning's going.
No, that's fantastic. I'm here for it. We, ladies and gentlemen, have a lot to get to, but at 7 a.m. on the dot every single day, it is time for your water cooler cheat sheet. These are the 3 things you have to know about before you go start talking sports with your coworkers. You get that first break in just a little while. You're going to sit around. You're going to talk some sports. Well, if you're going to do all that, here are the things that you need to know to make it happen. Water cooler cheat sheet. Item number 1. Glug, 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 glug.
I couldn't find it.
There it is.
I was looking for it. I just couldn't
I was
find
worried
it.
for a second there. We, and by we, I mean Gamecock Nation, have for a while now been asking the question, where's Nick Harbor? Where's Nick Harbor? Where's that big stud athlete that the Gamecocks were so happy to bring down from the Baltimore, D.C. area? And we kind of have an answer from Shane Beamer, like a little have an answer from Shane Beamer. See, first off, Nicholas Harbor is not the only stud freshman on this team. There's also Tyshawn Russell. There's also Kelton Henderson, C.J. Adams, Elijah Caldwell. And so far, through the first 5 games of the year, none of them have gotten a start. None of them have been lined up on the outside when the opening kick drops. Why not? What's it going to take? What's it going to take for an offense that has a phenomenal quarterback, but behind the turnstile of an offensive line, to get it together and crack the starting lineup? Well, Shane Beamer gave an answer yesterday. He said that what it's going to take is, and I quote, just consistency. It is easy to say, just throw them out there and limit what you do schematically. That is easy to say, but you also have to be able to put a game plan together that allows you to be successful. That is at any position. I thought they did okay against Tennessee. We do need to get them out there, end quote. In an excellent article that was posted by Ben Briner of the State Magazine, he kind of details where all of these guys have come from in their journey to end up as wide receivers on the program. He talks about Russell, who was the least heralded as a recruit, but interestingly enough, has been the most active, been targeted 5 times, 77 yards on the season. He does talk about Nick Harbor, a former 5-star recruit as an athlete, has actually played more snaps than Russell, but has only caught 1 pass so far. That 1 pass a touchdown, but it was deep into garbage time earlier in the season. He is a freak talent, but he points out, hey, he's learning a brand new position. He came to college with a big learning curve because he never really dialed in on one spot in high school. So to focus in on that, he's got to do it. He quotes Shane Beamer as saying, quote, I think Nick did some great things. Nick was on our kickoff coverage against Tennessee. He was on our punt pressure team. We are continuing to get him going on special teams. You have Caldwell. Caldwell was maybe talked up as ready to go, plug-and-play guy during the offseason. The 6'1", 191-pounder was mentioned as a guy that could come in and make some noise as a starter. We have yet to see him at a game at all. You have seen Henderson and Adams as more developmental players, guys that were never really expected to be big-time playmakers this year. But you wonder, if you're running out your backup quarterback, why not give the young guys some time? And that's kind of the spot that I found myself in. I understand that you want to give time. I understand that you want to give the ability to develop. I understand you want to give these guys the opportunity to get caught up and get caught on. But I also would think at some point, you're sitting at 2-3. You're sitting at 2-3, and now there are fans, not me, not some worthless podunk radio host, but fans, Gamecock fans.
Podunk.
Who are questioning the potential bowl eligibility of this team. I would think at some point,
bro,
you go for a spark. You try something at this point. Now, there's good news.
So what you're saying is it's panic time, so you got to try something else? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. Wins I thought were wins preseason. Missouri, Texas A&M, Kentucky. They don't look like that to me anymore. Florida looks like a win after what Kentucky did to them. You've got those two FCS teams right at the very end. Clemson does not look like a win anymore, right? It looks like a game, but not a win. And I'll be real with you, Clemson's getting better. Does anybody want to tell me right now South Carolina's getting better game by game? Because I can't do it. So why not go for a spark? Doesn't mean it's panic. Doesn't mean maybe you try some wrinkles. Maybe you try something new. Maybe it doesn't work out. But you're alternating wins and losses. At some point, you got to break the pattern. And I wonder if there's a chance. Like I said, there's some good news. Xavier Legette is becoming a star in his own route. Amarion Brown has been banged up. In the games he's been healthy, he's been a contributor. Juice Wells, you're hoping you're going to get him back at some point. Omega Blake has been Mr. Consistency for the Gamecocks as an athletic wide receiver. Eddie Lewis has showed some flashes, but not enough to stay on the field consistently, right? Why not give it a shot? Why not go with the spark? We'll find out. But Shane says, look, I know I got to get him out there more often. We'll see if he changes anything. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, to item numero dos on the water cooler cheat sheet. Damn, I think I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Oh, it's the only sound. It's the only one they had.
I think it works.
The other one was just a glug glug. But it was so sporadic that you couldn't tell what it was.
Is that when the sound of the water going into the cup or the bubbles coming up in the tank?
It's like when you first put the water. Have you ever changed the thing?
Yeah.
So it has to go down in.
It's a pain in the gluteus maximus.
Yes, don't you? Come on now. Come on, bro.
I almost said butt.
Bro.
Item number 2 on the water cooler cheat sheet, in a step towards putting rules in place to regulate the way college athletes can be compensated for their time. According to ESPN, the NCAA Division I Council introduced yesterday several proposals to bring transparency to the transactions and oversight of those who want to work with students. The proposals come from NIL working group recommendations and do not become final until the council meeting concludes today. And if, bold, italicized, and underlined, if the proposals are accepted, which is not a guarantee, but if they are adopted, they could go into play as early as January. They include creation of a voluntary registry for NIL service providers, such as agents and financial advisors, requirements for disclosure of NIL deals worth more than $600 by athletes to their schools, development of a standardized NIL contract, and education programs for both high school prospects and college athletes. According to NCAA President Charlie Baker, he released a statement yesterday that said, and I quote, Today's action by the D1 Council is a great step toward achieving our shared priority at the NCAA, which is better outcomes for all college athletes who participate in NIL activities. As the association makes these changes to improve the environment for young people with NCAA rules, I look forward to partnering with members of Congress to build on these protections and create greater consistency and opportunities for all college athletes. The NCAA, of course, lifted its ban on college athletes earning money for NIL back in 2021, but we have not really seen those guardrails that so many people have been asking for. This would be a step in that direction. But here's the thing. I don't really know how you go about implementing them in a way that everybody has to accept. I don't know if you go about implementing a way to get every school to be on board, to get every athlete to be on. I find it interesting that one of the first things that gets mentioned is a, quote, voluntary registry for NIL service providers. Voluntary. Well, then what's the point?
Is that like giving your drugs back or giving your guns back, and that you got illegally, and they just figure people are going to come and,
a voluntary registry. Now, I'll say this. As somebody who does his best to operate on the up and up, I would like to say that if I was going to get to a point where I was going to be able to start offering NIL deals to college athletes, I would be willing to go, I'm going to sign my name to the dotted line, because I don't want to be accused of anything that would hurt the college program that I'm trying to help by getting involved in an NIL deal. But it's still voluntary. And we know that there are shady characters involved in college athletics.
Bro, come on.
Bro. We don't say bro here anymore, Lonzo.
Sorry.
We're above that.
That's, I'm trying to work through it, man.
We're better than that, man.
Are we?
No, not even a little. Not even a little. Water cooler cheat sheet, item number 3. We've talked a lot of Carolina Panthers on the radio broadcasts so far this morning, and I'm going to go ahead and spoiler alert the rest of the show for you. We ain't done, my dudes and my dudettes. But this story is one that at least helps us out a little bit. Ian Rappaport has reported, and now insider Jordan Schultz is joining that report, that not only is Scott Fitterer working on getting a new wide receiver 1 for the Carolina Panthers, but apparently not just a wide receiver 1, but like a top tier dude.
So is he going to look for like the list of the top 3 and go for the third best?
Schultz said on his podcast, and I quote, "The Panthers, according to sources, are in the market not only for a receiver, but a top tier one. What this comes down to is twofold. Number one, they know they don't have enough weapons for Bryce Young. And number two, they believe so much in Bryce Young, the Panthers do, GM Scott Fitterer, head coach Frank Reich, that they want to go all in and double down this season. So the Panthers at 0-4 have actually been competitive, had a couple of games they probably could have won, should have won, are now looking for a number 1 receiver. I'm told that Scott Fitterer, the GM, is literally on the phone every single day. This is his top priority right now, to go out and get a number 1 receiver for Bryce Young," end quote.
So coming into training camp and, and then they didn't go, you know what? We need some better receivers. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. Are you about to take the Nestea plunge? I don't know what you're doing.
This is me literally pointing back to the segment we did an hour ago going, some of us tried to tell you that. Some of us tried to tell you that when your number 1 is an almost 34-year-old, 6-foot-tall possession receiver, you're not a playoff team. And even if the head coach says you are,
he's really
and
good.
The GM says you are, just because they say you are doesn't mean that you are. You're not. And now everybody's like, oh, we need a new wide receiver. Yeah, I told you that. I told you that in June.
Is that what I sounded like? If so, I will work on my enunciation.
That's what Clemson Boomhauer sounds like.
I do believe, sir, that even though they're telling us this, as we learned in the last hour, we can't believe anything they say. So they're saying they're going to get that, but what they're trying to do is appease a riotous crowd who are unhappy with what they were, the bill of goods that they were sold.
Maybe.
And this is window dressing, and no action will actually be taken.
Maybe. And I'll tell you right now.
All right, that's like the best sentences I can put together in a row. I'm
Here's the
done,
thing.
bro.
Here's the thing. What is right now? What is the mindset of those that got real hot with me yesterday because I had the audacity to say that this year is about growth and development, not success? The majority of the people who popped off at me yesterday did so with the mentality of, if this year is about growth and development, you don't trade away next year's number 1 overall pick. My response to that is, yeah, you do if you believe that Bryce Young is a long-term franchise quarterback, because those are rare. You don't get a chance to just stumble into those guys. You got to work to get those guys. If they're a free agent vet, you got to pay the farm, right? New York Jets, $85 million for a single year with Aaron Rodgers, by the way, not even you playing it, or 75, whatever it was. If they're a franchise quarterback, you got to give them stupid money. Am I right? Cleveland Browns, $275 million guaranteed to Deshaun Watson, who, by the way, is meh. Okay. Franchise quarterbacks are ridiculously difficult to find. So if you truly, genuinely believe that the guy that was number 1 overall is that guy in Bryce Young, which at this point, whether he is or is not, is irrelevant. The Panthers are locked in. There is no other option at this point. They are locked in to that spot. So if they believe he's the dude, they got to go all in. This trade is only worth it. This trade is only worth it if the guy you get is a guy that is going to be hooked to a long-term deal. It is pointless to bring in a number 1 wide receiver. Let's say they go get a great wide receiver. Let's say that Davante Adams is done in Vegas. Davante Adams is like, screw this, I'm out.
Let's say that. I think we already have seen some signs that might be so.
It very much might be. But hypothetically, for the sake of discussion,
what? Yeah, but why would he want to go to the Panthers? Is that a better situation for him?
Maybe.
Is it really though? I mean it's at least a lateral move.
There's no need to go into the hypotheticals of what Davante may or may not want to get out of there. I'm just saying, theoretically, let's say that he went to the Raiders and said, I'm done here. Get me up out of here. And the Raiders went, cool, man. Cool. You're going to Carolina, right? And let's say he comes to Carolina and he goes, all right, I got a chance to work with a rookie quarterback. I can mold him into the guy that's right for me. Hypothetically, this happens. Well, he shows up in Carolina and he finishes off a 1-year deal. Let's say he finishes off a 1-year deal. Well, at the end of the year, he gets to the end of that 1-year deal and then he's going to take off. I mean, you get the benefit of Bryce Young actually getting to go through his growth and development year with a wide receiver who's a true number 1, a guy who can get vertical, a guy that can open up the field underneath for the Thielens and the Miles Sanders to succeed, because you don't have that right now. Yeah. But you're also going to have to throw a ton of resources at 1 year, a year that you're 0-4, a year that you're 3 games out of the division, with 2 games to go against the team that's leading it, that's frankly better than you right now. It seems to me like you have a gamble to make here. On one hand, I can throw a bunch of resources and bring in a Davante Adams if it's a 1-year contract. And I'm not saying it's Davante. I'm using him as a hypothetical here. So I go all in and I send a couple of draft picks over to the Las Vegas Raiders and I get Davante Adams over, but I got him on a 1-year deal. It gives me 1 year of Bryce Young. It doesn't even give me a full year. It gives me 13 games of Bryce Young getting to work with a number 1 wide receiver. 13 games. But then at the end of the year, Davante's gone. He moves on to a playoff contender. And what do I not have? I don't have all the capital I had to send to Vegas in order to get that guy. Unless I get Davante for a multi-year deal, in which case right now, I'll send you my number 2 and 3 round draft picks for next year to get him. Because that's a game changer for not just this year, which is a practice year, an exhibition year, but for next year, which should be a competitive year, because Baker likely ain't Tampa Baker next year. He's earning a fat contract from somebody else. Maybe. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at, speaking of the Bucs They blew my Saints out of the water this weekend. Carolina lost as well. We'll take a look at the teams that got blown out this weekend and ask, is it time to panic or should we all just take a deep breath? That's coming up next.
Good morning.
On the Weenus and Pit Pee Pee Poo Poo show, it is the Fan Upstate.
Bro.
All right, guys, we're going to step away while we clean up some computer stuff. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown and the great one, Lonzo, who is earning hazard pay today.
I actually asked for that.
I know, I saw it.
And I know what the response will be. I gave you a T-shirt yesterday, which would be, which
It's
would
not
be
incorrect.
it would be funny though.
I want to take a look around the National Football League real quick. We're going to alternate college football and the NFL a lot today. But I want to start with the National Football League. And I want to look through some of the scores from last week because we had a number of blowouts or borderline blowouts this week. And I would like to talk about them. Predominantly ask, who's it time to panic for? And who is it time to relax?
Oh, there's a number one on that list about panic.
Let's see if we agree on who it is. Let's start, ladies and gentlemen.
I would just say it's from a place that I was born.
Oh, we're coming to them. Well, let's start with the Miami Dolphins. They lost 48-20 to...
Josh Allen.
He got the second Josh Allen back, even from the great one. Josh Allen. And his butt. If you don't know where that comes from, I feel like we kind of have to, for at least the first week or two, explain the inside jokes. Last year, Lonzo was growing ever increasingly frustrated throughout the preseason and into the regular season.
With sports media's infatuation with Josh Allen. And it was orgasmic in the way that they said it.
It was.
And it was to the point of annoyance. And it doesn't help me that I don't like that team.
Indeed.
That probably added to it. Yeah.
Indeed. So we started affectionately referring to him as Josh Allen, because if you brought up the Bills, you had to mention Josh Allen at least 3 times. It was the rule. But then Josh Allen would have these games where he would kind of step back a little bit. And we began awarding or retracting the number of Josh Allens that we said based on how much he was being talked about. So that at the beginning of this year, he opened this year with a 3 INT loss against the Jets, and he just became Josh.
He was just Josh.
Just Josh. Just some cat named Josh. But the Bills have gotten progressively better as the season has gone on. They have not lost a game since then, and they beat the Gluteus Maximus.
Well done, bro.
Off of the Miami Dolphins, a team that the week before that had scored 70 points on the Denver Broncos. So the question is here for the Miami Dolphins, is it panic time, or do the Dolphins just need to calm down? Well, I'm not going to play Tay in this one because she's reserved for another segment. So instead, I'll say Miami. Take a deep breath. Just relax. Just take a deep breath.
I can almost feel that through my headphones. That's so weird.
If I was ever going to describe a sound as moist, that's the one.
Yeah, which that word doesn't bother me, but I just almost want to pull it off. Like, okay, did I just feel that? That's imagine what that's doing to people as they're driving.
Oh, it's uncomfortable, right? It's uncomfortable. Well, the Dolphins should be a little bit uncomfortable. Here's the thing. It's not that you lost 48-20. It's who you lost to 48-20. Be one thing if you lost to the 49ers 48-20. You go, okay, if we see them again, it's going to be in the Super Bowl, but you lost to the Bills. That is a divisional opponent. You're going to see them again in the regular season this year.
And possibly in the playoffs if you right the ship.
Correct, because right now at 3-1, the Bills, with the win over Miami, have the inside track to winning that division, which would send Miami into the wild card round and give them a very good shot at having to play the Bills probably in the second round, but maybe in the first. Maybe in the first, depending on whether or not Kansas City gets everything going. But again, Kansas City's just fine. They've lost one game, been in some closer ones than you like. But I think the Dolphins have got to calm down. Dolphins fans, no need to panic. No need to panic. You know what you have. Now, the question mark is, what about the defense here, right? What about the defense here? Can Miami's defense get it together? In the first 3 games, and I'm flipping to Tua here, because I think defense is what it is, right? You're going to have to win shootouts. Because the defense is good, but it's not great, or at least not showing that it's great yet. And I do think they have to take a big step forward there. But offensively, Tua Tagovailoa in the first 3 games was hit a total of 7 times. I would say, Lonzo, if there's any one thing the Dolphins need to do, it's protect Tua Tagovailoa at all costs. They need to send him out on the field like that kid in Little Giants whose mom sent him to practice in the bubble wrap.
Don't you be talking about my mama.
That's what Tua needs to be doing every week. 7 times in the first 3 games was Tua hit, 11 times on Sunday against the Bills. 8 of those came after left tackle Teron Armstead was injured in the second quarter. You can't have that. The Bills brought extra pressure, and Miami did not know how to respond. Here's the good news. That is one fixable issue. That's fixable. That's very fixable. You scheme better, you plan better, you practice better. That's a fixable issue. Ladies and gentlemen, my New Orleans Saints, they got racked by the Buccaneers 26-9 in a not a shutout, but should have been a shutout loss to Tampa Bay. Lonzo, it is time to panic for the New Orleans Saints. Time to panic. They're 2-2. There's a lot of teams that wish they were 2-2 right now, without a doubt.
I just feel like I'm on a submarine and I'm worried.
Here's the problem with the 2-2 that they are right now. 2-2 right now, their best pass catchers are Chris Olave, who's been exceptional as the number 1. He has replaced Mike Thomas.
Yeah, don't you go at Chris Olave.
Oh, nothing but love for Olave.
Yeah, because if you didn't have him,
If I'm buying a jersey right now, I'm buying number 12. He's the only guy right now that I'm able to rely on. Juwan Johnson, the tight end, and Rashid Shaheed, who is a speedster, sure. But he's like not, I mean, he's growing, but he's not coming into the year as a dude that you go, that's the difference maker, right? Defensively, the Saints are fine. Here's where the problem is for New Orleans. New Orleans knew they were going to have to be able to run the ball in order to open up the field for Derek Carr. You know where they are right now? They are 28th in run success rate. Now, they've kind of had some issues. Jamal Williams was injured in that Carolina game early, did not return. Alvin Kamara had to sit out the first 3 games of the season because of the suspension. Tony Jones is honestly a practice squad guy who got reps because they didn't have anybody else. And Kendre Miller, the rookie. Now, he showed some flash, but he is again a rookie. And then, of course, there's Taysom Hill. But the problem when Taysom is in there as a QB in the Wildcat is I'm putting 8 in the box because you haven't uncorked Taysom yet. You haven't let him go deep. The offensive line is bad. Derek Carr has less time in the pocket than any quarterback in the league except Deshaun Watson. He's the only guy that's got less time in the pocket right now than Derek Carr. So we can all put it on Derek Carr.
So you're saying Bryce Young has more time in the pocket?
By literally 0.1 seconds.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Bryce Young's average time in the pocket before pressure is 1.5 seconds. Derek Carr's is 1.4. So he is the 3rd least time in the pocket as a rookie. Derek Carr's at least been in the league 50 years.
I do understand the concept of time and how much time that is in between.
Mucho importante.
Yeah, yes.
Right. The Saints are bad. The Saints are bad. I've accepted that. The Saints are just bad. Now, are they fixable? Yeah, they're fixable. But I don't know how you fix it. Because Dennis Allen isn't an offensive guru. He's a defensive coordinator glorified. I don't know how he's going to fix that offense. I don't know how he's going to turn that offense into something that's good. The Saints are in trouble. How about the New England Patriots, Alonzo? Is it time to panic for the Patriots? I'm going to say yeah. I'm going to say the hoodie era is coming to its conclusion this year.
This is it, Bill. You're done.
I mean, am I wrong?
No. I mean, he's going to have to go eventually, and they do not look good.
Now, we can make the argument here that you can put a lot of this, if not most of this, if not all of this, on Mac Jones. Mac Jones is just not good.
Or do you, or does Robert Kraft send him a message by appointing a GM?
It's a great question because Bill Belichick does serve as GM of this team.
Right. So you bring in a GM, and that puts him on notice. Hey, your time is fleeting if you don't turn this around.
Correct. But let's also point out what
sorry to the texter. I use fleeting. I know it's a big word.
No, we go for big words now. This is a very adult show.
Bro.
Very professional show. Here's the thing. I don't think Hoodie's the guy that you replace as the GM and he goes, I'm okay with this. That's Bill Belichick, dude.
Right. It's a force out. It is kind of.
I think what likely happens is because Robert Kraft has respect for Bill Belichick, despite the fact that they butted head many times over the tenure of the latter. I think Bob Kraft basically goes, dude, this is it. Like, have your swan song, try to get some dubs, right? Because I think my thought was maybe they leave him in long enough to get to that most wins ever mark.
Big finish.
But he's like 34 wins away, right? At the rate they're on right now, that is like 5 more seasons to get to that mark. I don't think Bob Kraft is going to let him sit around and stall this team out as a 6-11, 7-10 team for like 5 more seasons to get to that mark. I think if you're the Patriots, it's panic time. The hoodie era has come to its conclusion. The question of was it Brady or was it Belly has been answered, kids. It was Brady. It was. Because Mac ain't that dude, and that was Belly's guy. It's not going to work.
All right, Belly's does not. It's
I don't
not,
like it.
It's not working for me.
I don't like it.
I mean, out of all the things, that one's just, it's disturbing.
How about the next one? How about the Pittsburgh Steelers? They fall to 2-2 after a 30-6 L at the hands of CJ Stroud and his Houston Texans. Is it time to panic for the Steelers, Lonzo? I think it is.
It's okay. They're going to change stuff, but they're not going to change anything. So everything's taken care of.
Kenny Pickett sacked while trying to scramble away from a pressure on 4th and 1 at the end of the third quarter, wrenched to the ground by the Texans defensive end. There's no news on Pickett's left knee injury at the time as of now, but he was not able to return to that game, and it did not look great. If they have just lost Kenny Pickett, if they've just lost baby hands, they're in trouble. They were in trouble anyway. But let me tell you what the good news is, if there's any for Pittsburgh.
Hey, they still have that backup who was supposed to be like the starter what came from like Chicago, whose name I can't remember.
Mitchell
Trubisky. That's it. Trubisky. Do they still have him?
I believe that they do. I believe he is still listed as the backup QB. He is with Mason Rudolph at the QB3 spot.
Oh, yeah. Mason Rudolph has some starting experience also. So, I mean, you know.
Here's the good news for the Steelers. The good news is Matt Canada is your offensive coordinator, and you might have just as good of luck if you let a jar of Duke's Mayo be your offensive coordinator, because that is a solid resemblance.
So you're saying that he's just as bland as Duke's mayonnaise. Thank you for that. I'm pulling that and keeping that forever.
I'm going to try to save this year.
Bro, it's too late.
Duke's is the best mayo in the game. Hands down, not a question to be asked. It is the best mayo in the game, but at the end of the day, mayo's mayo, right? I like mayo. Put mayo on the ham, on the chicken, on the turkey, whatever. I like mayo. But at the end of the day, mayo at its absolute best is still mayo, right? But I got Dijon mustard, brown mustard, honey mustard. I got all these different mustards that spice it up. At the end of the day, mayo is a nice background complementary flavor and nothing else. So is Matt Canada. Matt Canada is bad, dude. He's bad. He's bad at his job. He's uncreative. He's unimaginative. He does not take advantage of strengths. It's just not good. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are in a world of hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, Lonzo, who is it time to panic for?
The one that you should have started with, the Cincinnati Bengals.
27-3. They lose to the Tennessee Titans.
Is that thing on a loop? Will that go like 35 minutes?
No, I got it at 9 seconds.
Okay, all right.
27-3, they lose to the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans are, and quote me on this, not good. Not good. There's some good news about them. Derrick Henry, still Derrick Henry, who, by the way, Derrick Henry had more touchdown passes than Joe Burrow last weekend. Just so we're all on the same page there. I'll tell you when I knew the Bengals were in trouble. Jamar Chase, after the game was over, went into the locker room, and they were like, hey, man, are you having trouble getting open? And he went, bruh, I'm always open. I'm always open. He said, it's they're just not seeing me.
Yeah, but isn't that what a receiver?
Sorry, what he actually said was, I'm always bleeping open.
That's what a receiver usually says.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the difference. Over the last couple of
It's
years,
the Keyshawn mentality. Yeah.
Give me the damn ball. Over the last couple of years, the receivers in Joey B, they've been good, man. They've been tight. They've been boys. This year, they're not.
That's his guy from LSU,
yes,
too.
It is.
So, yeah.
Jamar and Joey B have been boys. This year, Jamar is throwing Joey B to the wolves right now, right? It's on him. I'm open. I am bleeping open.
I'm sure that was taken out of context.
It was not. I watched the question. I watched the answer. They said, are you having trouble getting open? And he said, I am always bleeping open. Now, let's point out that Joey B is playing hurt. He can say whatever he wants. That dude ain't right, right? You could see him limping on the field this weekend. To the point that I'm like, maybe you shut him down for a week or two. Like maybe you sacrifice a win or two or make a win more risky. But maybe you sacrifice a win or two in order to get Joey B right, because if Joey B ain't right, you're screwed.
Yeah, but think of the aspirations they had this year. Of course, they were picked to be one of the AFC frontrunners, and the fact that they're not winning right now, do you want a couple more losses? Because him not playing, you almost guarantee that.
Here's the thing. If he's playing the way he's playing right now, you also guarantee that. The Bengal offense as it is right now ain't beating nobody. Nobody. I don't think they beat the Saints right now. They're that bad. So I think what I'm doing with Arizona and Seattle coming up the next 2 weeks, I'm sitting him for at least the Arizona game. Even though Arizona's playing at a higher level than anticipated, I'm sitting Joey B for the Arizona game.
And Seattle's defense playing pretty good. So, yeah.
I'll sit him for Arizona, and I'll see how he is for Seattle. And then one of the last team, actually the last team that I want to get to, they lost on the longest road to the Jacksonville Jaguars, 23-7. Is it time, Lonzo? I'll let you answer before I hit the sounder. Is it time to panic for the Atlanta Falcons?
No, because they play in the NFC South, and anyone can win that except for the Panthers.
I could not disagree with you more. I couldn't. Desmond Ridder had back-to-back picks for this team. Remember last year when Marcus Mariota was the quarterback? Lonzo loves the saga of Marcus Mariota. It started with Rob Brown going, this guy ain't the guy. This guy can't get it done. I like him. I respect him. He's a hard worker, but he ain't NFL caliber starting quarterback. He's just not. And then there were like 3 or 4 games where Marcus Mariota actually looked okay. Looked okay. To the point that I came on this show in a different time slot. And I said, uh-oh, I might have to send Marcus Mariota an apology note attached to an edible arrangements basket.
Yeah, I was going to make sure you mention the edible arrangement.
Yeah. I was about to send a fruit basket to Marcus Mariota as a note of apology
Have
from
you
Rob
ever
Brown.
Received an edible arrangement before?
I love them.
I haven't. They look
love
like,
them.
I'm not asking anyone to send us one. I've seen them on TV.
Bro, chocolate dipped pineapple.
Wait, chocolate and pineapple?
Undefeatable.
I don't know about that.
I'm telling you, dude, it's untouchable. I got to a point where I was about to apologize to Marcus Mariota, and then we got to about week 7. And then Marcus Mariota became Marcus Mariota, and it was bad after that. Well, Desmond Ridder is following the same trajectory. He had a couple of games where he went, oh, maybe it's not that bad. And then he started doing Desmond Ridder things, including throwing back-to-back picks in a game that should have been very winnable against the Jaguars team that ain't what I'd hoped they would be. Run the ball, stop putting it on the hands of Desmond Ridder, Atlanta, or you are screwed. Let us get a phone call in here before we run out to a break. Joining us on the phone lines, Lonzo, we have Kevin. Talk a little football with us. Kev, what's up, big fella?
What's up, man? It's been a minute, man.
Where you been, dude? I literally said Monday. Where the hell's Kevin been?
Hey, man, I work first shift and I get started early. Now, by the time you coming on at 9, I'm all in it. I'm delivering this and
Kevin,
that.
it's like 7:43. Did you notice?
Look at your clock, big dog. Yeah. Look at your clock.
We on 6 now.
I get there at 8:30. 8:30, I'm on the clock. I got till 8:30.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, man, let's take it back a few weeks.
Let's do it.
Burns and Chapman, a few weeks, some weeks ago, right? So I'm out there on the field, and I'm about to get everything started with the broadcast and all this stuff. So the game gets started, and we go through what we go through. I get home, and I feel so bad because I didn't go holler at Ro Brown when I was down there on the field. Like me and your little sideline guy, me and him standing toe to toe out there at the coin toss and everything. And I still didn't even think about it. So my bad, bro.
That's all good. It's all good. I mean, listen, Kev. I'm like, on a night that big for Chapman, on a night that big and what that game turned into, me being an afterthought, that's how it should have been.
Hey, man, but I tell you what, I think we woke up to sleeping giant. I really think we did. I think we teed them boys off, and they have been on it ever since.
They have. I mean, undefeated since then, dropping 40 spots on folks. The closest game they had so far was last Friday night against the Spartanburg Vikings, but that's a regional game against a Spartanburg team. Not quite what they were last year. Still very, very good. I said that night in the postgame, Kev, sometimes you got to get punched in the face to find out who the hell you are. And y'all punch Burns right in the mouth. And I think you're spot on. You kind of kick that team up to a different level. But I'm also going to say, man, that second half game plan from the Panthers was as good of a set of adjustments as I've seen a team make in a very long time.
I was saying at halftime, I'm talking to a few people over there at the concessions, and I'm like, hey, man, this right here plays into our hands. If Burns, like, don't get me wrong, they laid it on a platter for us to go get, and we ate it all off that platter.
That's fact.
We went and got it, and they gave it to us to go get, and I was so proud of us for doing it that night.
That's
but
fact.
I tell you what, that freshman running back y'all got over there, that is Marcus Lattimore Jr. right there.
Bro, Trey Segura, my dude is 15 years old. He got legs like tree trunks and is one of the fastest high school kids I've ever seen as a freshman.
As a freshman. So I tell you what, if they keep doing what they're doing, this will be another 7,000-8,000 yard guy by the time he get out of there and probably pick wherever he feel like going.
You ain't wrong.
So I think he's pretty good in the classroom too. So listen, I love it. A bunch of these athletes coming out now are really great in the classroom. You ain't got to worry about going no JUCO, no nothing like that. Go where you going and have fun doing it, man.
Bingo. Kev, my man, great to have you back, big dog. Check in more often, pal.
Going ham at 7 this morning, huh?
There it is. Going ham at 6 a.m. Appreciate you, Kev. Talk to you later, big dog. That is Kevin checking in. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up the second hour of the show. The halftime show starts next on the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate. I drop a pen. All right, got to make a phone call real quick, guys. We'll be right back. All right, dudes and dudettes. Thank y'all for hanging out. Good to be back.
President of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs.
No, I agree, P Digits. I've never had chocolate covered pineapple, I don't believe.
Alex Guest just tweeted the show or just texted me and said, I am a pineapple purist, but the edible arrangements chocolate pineapple is chef's kiss. And he is spot on. It does not seem like it should work, but it does. It seems like it should be overly sweet, but it's not.
That's the first I've heard of that.
You got to go dark chocolate, though.
Yeah, well, I love dark chocolate.
Then you'll love this. If you like pineapples and dark chocolate, you'll like it.
Guess I've never done anything to warrant an edible arrangement.
I'm about to get us one.
Well, after what I did this morning, management wants to send me an edible arrangement. I'm all for that. I'll take one.
An increase in organic search visibility and a 40% increase in new users for scratch-made Asian cuisine. Visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to PF.
See, what do we have on the docket here? Salted caramel fall daisy. Ghirardelli Delights. It comes with flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries. The chocolate dipped indulgence platter comes with pineapples, strawberries, green apples, and blueberries, all dipped in dark chocolate.
Blueberries and chocolate.
Actually, no, the blueberries aren't dipped in chocolate.
Oh, okay.
They should be, though. Yo, I'm not going to lie to you, though. I love an edible arrangement. I really do.
I just thought it was just fruit. I didn't know it
Nope.
was fruit covered in chocolate.
I might just get us the mini indulgence platter for us to try. But I'm curious as to...
You know, I believe that's a true story, Stephen. I don't doubt that for a moment.
Steven, I don't know this. Alarm is spelled A-L-A-R-M. Did you know that? Just in case you didn't know. It's A-L-A-R-M.
Gee, I wonder why I'd be spelling it that
I
way.
have no idea.
Yeah,
It's very
just,
clearly a mistake.
I don't know. Don't you need like the ooblat or whatever that is over the O to make it sound like an O? Or whatever that wavy thing is.
I'm fine with umlaut. I wasn't going to question it.
Ooblat is not it, but I just like saying the word ooblat. I'd look it up to find out what an ooblat is, but I have no idea how to spell ooblat.
I think it's umlaut, isn't it?
I don't know. Chris would know, but I've seen him enough today.
Umlaut is a diacritical mark that looks like two dots above a vowel. It's used in German and some other languages to indicate how a vowel should be pronounced. For example, the word schon has an umlaut over the O. The umlaut is used to indicate the result of a historical sound shift. The shift caused former back vowels to be pronounced as front vowels. For example, and then they give examples that I'm not even going to
So I think I'm right. I think I might be right.
An umlaut can also refer to the process where a vowel sound shifted in the past.
I'm gonna go with I'm right. It's because I want to.
T Experiences texted the show. He said, not a single 400-yard game under Matt Canada. Pathetic. No, it is. Matt Canada is bad at his job. He just is. It's past the point where it's a debate or a question mark. The Steelers should be hitting the panic alarm because they are in trouble with Matt Canada in that spot. Texter said the water cooler sound effect. Alarm. Well, that was fun. Everybody having fun?
Hey, you can come at me, bro, but I'm still gonna play it.
We don't say bro. We're above that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
PP.
they're
PP.
awful. They're atrocious. They're atrocious. Texas said, finally, the move to the morning got Rob to admit he is part of Gamecock Nation, ... bro. I know who that is. And Texter, for the individual that has texted the show with that take, I would like to tell you to make sure that you are tuned in Monday morning. All right? Monday morning in the 8 o'clock hour specifically because I did something special just for you. And while we're at it, do remember that coming up tomorrow on the radio broadcast, we will have Emily Adams at a new time. I am going to be talking with her after the show today.
So you haven't confirmed it yet. You're just
Emily?
Yeah.
No, I asked her if she'd be good moving up early.
Okay.
She said,
all right,
yeah, we just
right.
haven't figured out what time yet. So Emily Adams will join us. She's from the Greenville News. She'll be joining us tomorrow to talk Gamecock football. And then on Monday.
Does that hurt when you do that? When you hit the microphone like that with your face?
No, not really. It's more of a move.
Okay. It's like a cat move.
Emily Adams will join us tomorrow to talk Gamecock football. Then on Monday morning, nice little surprise for you Clemson fans is I think we have a rotation ready. And then also tomorrow at his standard operating time. Actually, I realize we're going to have to move Rashad up probably one segment because otherwise he's going to close the show. And it's not that I don't love Rashad. I just don't want the pressure on him of having to be the show exit.
All right.
you know?
So if you move him up one segment, that means we need to move Fight Club.
Oh, that's right. No, I guess we don't. There's a segment. No, Rashad is the last segment. I'll talk with him today. We'll figure it out.
We can go Fight Club first and then him.
That's true.
I mean, and I will condense and we'll try to keep it on time.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Which we've never done before.
Listen, the Thursday lineup is a problem for Thursday, Rob. Wednesday, Rob, is just here for a good time. All right? So Wednesday, Rob is going to tell you that coming up in the next hour, we've got a lot more to talk about. I yesterday sat down and rewatched the Clemson-Syracuse game. I sat down yesterday and took
Ooh, I can't wait to talk about this because I have some things where I watched the game things that apparently you didn't see. So we can have fun with that.
Well, we are going to find out next what I saw and liked, what Lonzo thinks I missed or am exaggerating. We'll find out. That's all coming up in the next hour of the show. There's plenty more on top of that. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Was the son of escaped slaves from Kentucky. Growing up free, he took an early interest in how things worked and often disassembled machinery to learn how they ran. At the age of 15, his parents sent him to Scotland for school, where he was certified as a mechanical engineer. Upon his return, engineering work was hard to find due to his race. Instead, he took a job working on the railroad, oiling axles and gears on steam locomotives. In his off time, he would tinker in his own shop and eventually came up with a lubricating oil cup, which would apply this oil to the train while it was moving. It was immediately put to work by the railroads. Even after his patent, many tried to improve on Elijah McCoy's design to no avail. When railroads ordered the lubricating oil cup, rumor has it, they'd ask for the real McCoy. Elijah McCoy would go on to get 57 different patents.
Oh, that's where it came from. The real McCoy. I thought it had something to do with the Hatfields and McCoys, but apparently it does not.
This golden elixir's crafted with precision, passion, and a touch of the extraordinary. It ain't just a beer, it's an experience. It's a smooth, crisp taste that'll make your taste buds dance with joy. It's like a party in your mouth, and everyone's invited. Brewed by our friends at Still Hands, the Rise Guys Spew and Lager. Oh, it's a celebration of flavor, a symphony of hops and barley that's going to have you reaching for another sip. And check out that can. It's not just a beverage, it's a work of art. The Rise Guys Spew and Lager is a statement, a declaration that you only settle for the best. And whether you can out with some buddies watching the big game or just unwinding after a long day, make it unforgettable with some Rise Guys P1 Lager. Grab a cold.
Where's he going? Where's he going? And sometimes people just get up and walk out the room.
Assisted living, memory care, rehabilitation, and skilled nursing all under one roof. An MD will visit twice a week, and physical therapy, speech therapy, and occupational therapy are on site. And for socialization, our director of activities has a master's degree in social work and has been at the Gables for many years. We have a full calendar of activities for all of our residents. In addition, our director of memory care has been there for many years as well. To stop by for a visit, give us a call at 864-286-6600.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist to get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin.
It's weird. I saw a tweet or something from Fred Rogers. That can't be real because he's dead, right? I thought. It could be wrong.
Tote bags, t-shirts, hoodies, hats, or if a coffee shop needs a total refresh. This print designs logos and prints it on menus, mugs, paper bags, anything. Because with this print, the printabilities are endless. Print it all with 25% off for new customers with code NEW25 at vistaprint.com.
So if Rob doesn't make it back in the room in the next 30 seconds, I'm just going to be playing nothing but sounders. So be warned. You might hear good morning 30,000 times. Because it's 8 o'clock and he's not there. Oh, it's a good thing he came back in because that's what you were going to get. I was going to play good morning till you came back in.
Just spam the button. The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Wednesday morning. Your brand new and slightly improved morning version of the Rob Brown Show rolls
Just a little bit, bro. Just a little
slightly, ever so slightly. Got a lot to get into as we move forward on the show. Want to talk a little bit more Panthers because I'm not the only one who thinks the fan base needs to calm down. In fact, there is a Panther legend who has said the same thing. And I'll tell you who it is coming up here in just a little while. Got some takes on other NFL teams. David from Greer wanted to talk Ravens Steelers. Got another texter that says, I'm willing to trade Mac Jones from the Patriots for a 6-pack of Dr. Pepper, a roll of duct tape, and a new 6-iron. Dude is pathetic. Yeah, I'm not. I think Mac Jones is kind of hit the sell-by date.
Is he worth a 6-iron?
I mean, if you can strike a pure 6-iron, it's invaluable. That's a critical club. I have problems with everything from my 2-iron to my 6-iron. 7-8-9 pitching wedge, stand wedge, anything approach lob, anything up close, I am fine with. But you give me a 2 to a 6, and I'm in trouble. That pure mid to long range iron is it's devastating in my game.
Wow, you just strictly went golf bro there.
You asked, I answered.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That's what we do here on the show.
Glad I was in this room for that.
You're welcome. But before we get into that, I do want to flip it back. As I said, we're going to be bouncing back and forth today. We talked some South Carolina earlier in the show. Old Shano said that he does need to find a way to get the stud wide receivers, the freshies, onto the field more. Says, I got to figure out how to get them into the game a little bit more. We'll talk more about that later on in the radio broadcast. But want to talk Clemson for just a minute because I did a little film study yesterday. Decided to take just a little while to sit down and rewatch the Clemson-Syracuse game. And, you know, I think that one thing that happens for me when I take off the radio guy hat and put on the football analyst cap is that much like a movie, you're always going to pick something up and watch number 2 you didn't pick up and watch number 1. You're going to pick up something and watch number 3 you didn't pick up and watch number 2.
Just a quick question. That analyst cap isn't orange, is it?
No.
Okay, just curious.
Because, as I've made abundantly clear on this radio show many, many times, much to the disagreement of some listeners, I am not a pure fan of any team that we cover, and I make no secret about it. I am not a fan in terms of fan of any of the teams that we cover. I am a fan of every team that we cover, and that if they're good, I make more money. And at the end of the day, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy things that make me happy. So I would be perfectly fine if every year of my broadcast career, South Carolina and Clemson met each other in the rivalry week game at 11-0 with a playoff spot on the line, a trip to the Natty in the flux every time that those two teams got together. That's not reality, but it'd be awesome if it was, because Rob Brown, cha-ching, likes the dinero very much. So I went back and I watched the Clemson game again, and there was some bad. Boy, howdy, was there a lot of good. A lot of good that I took away from that game. Very first thing I want to point out, I never got to the point in this game, which is contradictory to the Florida State game. It is contradictory to the Duke game. I never got to the point where I felt like I could say with some upper level of confidence, Dabo took over the play calling here. I did that with Florida State. A couple of times in that Florida State game, I felt like I was able to say, Dabo's calling the plays here. Inside runs, quick screens. It felt like the old Clemson offense. The Clemson offense that was kind of in command last year when people started getting frustrated. In this game, I never really felt like that was the case. And that's not to say that those plays weren't involved in the playbook, but it did not feel like, pressure's on, better go back to what we do. Kind of felt like the offense was opened up. We saw Clemson taking shots. We saw Cade Klubnik trusting the offensive line to stand in the pocket. More importantly, I think maybe most importantly, I think we got to a point where Cade Klubnik looked like a mature quarterback in the pocket. First couple of games, it kind of felt like this is a guy figuring it out, right? And I know he got PT last year for sure. But it felt like it was a guy figuring it out early. And on Saturday, it felt like a guy who had it figured out. For instance, go back to that Florida State game. When Florida State was collapsing the pocket, Cade looked like a guy that wanted to tuck and run, that wanted to utilize his athleticism to extend plays. But sometimes the right decision is to, and you'll hear this term a lot, climb in the pocket, right? Take a 5-step drop. You sit back there. You got 1, maybe 2 seconds to look left, look right, look left, pick your receiver, make a decision. Nobody available, tuck it and run. But in order to extend that time, what a lot of young quarterbacks will do is wherever they feel pressure coming from, wherever they feel pressure, they're going to just start running the opposite direction. So if they feel pressure coming off the blind side, they're just going to take off running to the right. If they're looking right and they see a gold hat make an appearance, they're going to take off running to the left. That's the mark of a young, inexperienced quarterback. The problem that you have with that is that especially against young quarterbacks, and you can go back and watch Florida State do this a lot, one of the problems that you'll bump into there is that teams know that. Teams see that. Teams understand that that is not just a possibility, but a probability with a young and developing quarterback. And so what they'll end up doing is they'll run stunts or exotic blitzes up the middle, but then they'll have a cleanup guy on the outside. So we're going to bring pressure from the right because we know a young, inexperienced quarterback is going to flush out left, but what we're going to do is we're going to have a spy linebacker on that side who's going to stay up, and he's just going to scrape off the outside of the pocket because we know that the quarterback's going to run that direction. I'll give you the example. I'll take you to the NFL for an example. Go back to that Dallas-New England game this past weekend. Do you remember the play where Mac Jones fumbled the ball and Van Der Esch picked it up and took it back for 6, the old scoop and score that really kind of broke that game open for Dallas? Go back and watch that game. Now, granted, it was back against the wall. Mac Jones was in his own end zone and had to make something happen. But what happened was Mac took the snap. Dallas sent pressure from the left side of the defense. Mac Jones felt the pressure and he rolled off right. When he rolled off right, there was a hunter waiting for him. There was somebody right there waiting for him. Ended up with the strip, caught him from behind, knocked the ball loose. Van Der Esch picked her up, took her into the end zone. That is the mark of a young, inexperienced, panicky quarterback. But that's not what I saw out of Cade Klubnik in this game. In this game, what I saw was Cade Klubnik climbing in the pocket. What I saw in this game was Cade Klubnik hitting the 5-step drop, feeling the pressure on the outside of the pocket, on the extremities of the pocket. And instead of just flushing out one way or the other, what did he do? He took a hop forward. He took a step forward. He took another step forward. He climbed in and he let the pocket create around him. Why do they call it a pocket? Because it's shaped like a pocket. It's a U. It bends. And it bends from the outside in. The tackles kick back.
Are you speaking to the Swifties now? Are you doing that?
A little bit. It shapes like a U, like a pocket. And the quarterback's got to stay inside of the pocket. But when the pocket opens and takes that U shape, it does start to turn into a bubble at the end. It starts to collapse out by the offensive tackles when they're putting up with the bull rush of the defensive ends on the outside. And when that pocket starts to collapse, a lot of quarterbacks don't want to get trapped in that bubble. It's a dangerous place to be. You don't know where the hit's going to come from. You don't know who behind you got loose and can knock the ball out, maybe hit that arm while you're going back into the passing motion. and knock that ball loose before you can move that arm forward and create the incomplete pass scenario. So a lot of quarterbacks are afraid to do that. To step up into that pocket, to let that pocket turn into a bubble behind you and stay in that pocket and stay confident means you have two things. Number one, composure. Number one, it means you're not afraid of the pressure. Number one, it means you sense the pressure. It means you've got a great awareness. It means that internal clock, tick, 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 tock, is good. It's working out for you. Number two, it means you're trusting your offensive line. It means your offensive line is a group of guys that you're going, I know they got my back. I know they're going to give me 2.6, 2.7 seconds. I know that I can take the snap. And as I'm making my reads, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, deliver. And I've got that time. Now, Syracuse was not bringing the best defensive line Clemson's going to be up against this year. In fact, they arguably already stood down against that line in Florida State. There are some more good ones coming down the pipe, but I think FSU's probably the best one that they're going to face. But the fact that Cade Klubnik not only stayed in the pocket, but stayed composed in the pocket and delivered from the pocket, that inspires confidence in me for him. But that's not all. The other thing that it does is it inspires confidence in the people who are calling the plays, whether it's Garrett Riley or, more importantly, Dabo Swinney. Because when you're running power run and when you're running a lot of screens, what you're doing is creating ways to get the ball away from your quarterback. A screen play is designed to get the ball out quick, whether it's a bubble screen, the wide receiver on the outside coming in and under, whether it's a running back slip screen, whether it's a classic screen, whatever type of screen you're running. The game plan is to prevent the quarterback from ever being under pressure. If it's an outside bubble, it's snap and throw. Get it out there. We're not even going to give time for the linemen, the defensive linemen, to get into the backfield. And we're not even going to give time for the defensive backs to get up inside our side of the line of scrimmage and pressure the wide receivers. I want that ball out. I want it gone. And I want the next part of the play happening as immediately as possible. That is something that you do, A, if the defense is having wild success with the pass rush, which I don't necessarily think was the case against Duke particularly, or you do it if you don't trust the quarterback yet. Now, I don't mean you don't trust him as a player. I mean, you're trying to loosen him up. You're trying to warm him up. You're trying to let him get a couple of throws in, complete a couple of passes, build that confidence up early. It's not necessarily something you don't want to be doing late in the game, but it is something that you don't want to be forced to do late in the game. And I think in that game, it never felt forced. When they did run the power run, when they did run the slip screens, when they did run the bubble screens, it felt like it was a choice, not a demand. It felt like it was, okay, we've got these guys playing back. We have burnt them down the field. Tyler Brown's gotten loose enough times down the field that these guys are having to play off. They have had to switch from a cover 0 into a cover 2 or a cover 3. They have switched from being able to play up close on the guys on the outside. They're not playing pressure, press and run on the outside. They're having to give that 5-7 yard cushion. And if they're going to give us a 5 or 7 yard cushion, I'm going to run that wide receiver screen. I'm going to see if I can get the inside receiver up the field to block, slip this guy underneath him, get him the ball very quickly, and let him make moves. In that game, I'm not saying there was no point where Dabo took over the controls. But in that game, it never felt to me like there was a point where the game changed because of it. In the Florida State game, there were a couple of spots where it felt like the offense changed because Dabo took over. In the Duke game, it felt like there were points where the offense changed because Dabo took over. In that game, it felt like either Garrett Riley was in charge from open and kick the final whistle, or if and when Dabo got involved, he was calling plays that fit in with what Garrett Riley was running as the tone of the offense. And that, to me, is exactly what I wanted. It's what I've been waiting for, and it is why I have said for the past 2 weeks, Clemson feels like a team that is improving faster than any other team in America right now.
All right, this is kind of sad. It is because for the past, 8 or 9 years, when you look at Clemson, you see a dominant team that were able to set their starters, sometimes at halftime and get playing time for every other kid on the team. And I mean, every kid on the team was getting to play at some point in the second half. It's not there anymore, to the point where Rob sounds excited about what they look like now, but I can't help compare it to what they looked like just a couple of years ago. And Merriam-Webster just added a word that describes Clemson. And let me spell it for you, MID, mid. That's what they look like right now. When you're looking at they're getting better, they're improving, all this kind of stuff. That's not what Clemson fans are used to now. For the last decade, they're used to dominance. They're used to having a quarterback and a really good defense that is in the national conversation every single week, and they don't have that anymore. What I saw was a Syracuse team that was overly hyped, who knew they had a shot at this game and made a bunch of stupid mistakes. You take away the Syracuse mistakes, this isn't a guaranteed win for Clemson. It's kind of sad at the state that they're in. You talked about expectations for Panthers earlier. The Panthers never had the expectations that Clemson had going into every season. They do not have that anymore. They look big time mid. There are some Clemson fans that are my friends that I feel bad for. But they're realistic and they're not looking at this going, wow, look at how good they look. They're on their way up. Yeah, they may be improving. But if mid is an improvement, where were you before you got to mid?
If you'd have told me that you believe that team looked mid after Florida State, I would have accepted that as reality. In fact, I think I did. They did. That Florida State game, I have said multiple times, Clemson should have won that football game. I believe that. I think Clemson should have won that game. I thought, honestly, I feel like for 60 out of 62 minutes played, Clemson was a better football team. They just had too many botches. I believe that. I think after this past week, you can, at your discretion, underestimate the Cuse if you want. But Garrett Schrader is not a joke of a quarterback. He is good. Yes, Syracuse did not have any jump-off-the-page wins before that. They beat Colgate, they beat Western Michigan, they beat Purdue, and they beat Army. I'm not arguing that Syracuse is one of the best teams in the country, but I am going to point out that the Army team we're talking about beat UTSA, which is a decent little program, and Syracuse beat them comfortably. I am going to argue that the Purdue team that we are talking about, they are 1-2 at this point. They are not good, but they did beat Virginia Tech. Yeah, Virginia Tech's bad right now, but that's still a win for Purdue. They lost to Fresno State, a good Fresno State team, 39-35. The Syracuse team is no joke. I'm not arguing they're Florida State. I'm not arguing they're Ohio State. I'm not arguing that they are Michigan, but I think that one trap that college football fans fall into regularly is they look at the teams that are in a playoff position. They look at the top 5, 6, 7, 8 teams. One of those 8 teams is just bad or mid. They're just mid. And I don't agree with that. I think Syracuse is a good team. I think Clemson's a good team. Am I ready to put Clemson on the field with Ohio State? Nope. Am I ready to put them on the field with Michigan? Nope. Am I ready to put them on the field with Georgia or Alabama? Nope. Although I'll be real with you, after what I've seen in Georgia, Auburn, and after what I've seen against Georgia, South Carolina, maybe. Because I think, I said a minute ago, I'll say it again, I think Clemson is the most quickly improving team. The problem is they caught a bad draw early. Opening against 3 years ago, opening against Duke, great. We get a win out the gate. We get a warm-up win. Unfortunately for you, you caught Duke out of the gate, the best Duke program of all time. Florida State in week 3, and yours the last, decade almost? 8 years? Catching Florida State's early. Great, let's get this one the hell up out of the way. They're a mid-challenge. They're a tune-up game. They're not right now. They are number 5 in the country. And, by the way, a game that Clemson could have won. I would have accepted, this team's mid, post the Florida State game. But here's what I'm looking for. Can you show me on tape that the problems you had in losses to Duke and Florida State, you're improving on, you're fixing, you're correcting? And the answer to me is yes. The problems that were problems, Dabo taking over the offense,
really
the
quick,
offense struggling, Cade Klubnik not being confident in the pocket, all those are being fixed based on last week's tape.
Yeah, but if they're being fixed against arguably lesser talent, though, so is it really fixed? If those things that you're saying they improved on, if they do that against a team that is better than Syracuse, a team that has a shot to be, if they do it against Notre Dame, then I'll believe that they've improved.
If I was learning, I'm gonna bring Conor McGregor in again. Why not? If I was learning how to fight, and I'm not, because I've never been punched in the face, and I have no intention at almost 40 years of age to start now.
I don't know. You keep making Panthers fans mad the way you are.
If I was learning how to be a fighter, I would not hop into the cage with McGregor, get stomped, and then make an assessment on where I am at that point. If I was learning how to be a fighter, I would step into the cage with somebody who is also learning how to be a fighter. And then I would make an assessment. Is that lesser talent? Yes.
Thank you for proving my
I get to make an
point.
assessment.
Thank you for proving my point. I appreciate that. You get in there with someone of equal or lesser talent. A team that's also mid like you are.
Well, no, I'm not done though. They did that against FAU and Charleston Southern. Those are the beginning level fighters. And when they put 66 and 48, kept them to 2 scores or less. That's what they did. Syracuse is the next step up. That's I don't know what order they're in. That's a blue belt. They're not black belt. They're not Bama, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State. They're a blue belt. They're in the middle. Syracuse is not as bad as you're making them out to be, but they're also not a top-tier contender. So you step between the ropes with somebody who's a blue belt, who's a mid-tier guy, and you assess that. And the assessment after a blue belt fight is they came out on the right end. And it's not like Syracuse was in this game. Clemson owned this game.
Syracuse was in this game.
For the first quarter.
Yeah, and then they started making mistakes. And once they made those mistakes, they took themselves out of it.
Listen,
if they don't make those mistakes, it's a totally different game. I'm not saying Syracuse wins, but it's more competitive.
This is one of those spots where we're just going to have to agree.
They got it in their head.
We're going to have to agree to disagree because it is a subjective reality. You are saying Syracuse made mistakes, and I am saying Clemson made them make mistakes because Clemson was better than them, right? So they got Wake Forest, another blue belt. Not bad.
So we're either both right or we're both wrong.
No, that is not correct. I could be right and you could be wrong. You could be right and I could be wrong.
Yeah, the latter, not the former.
But I don't think I am. If you look
that was for you, bro.
If you look at the Clemson team that played Florida State and the Clemson team that played Syracuse, yes, Florida State's a black belt. Syracuse is a blue belt. The mistakes that doomed Clemson in a very close black belt fight seemed corrected in a step down in talent. They get Wake, and then they're on the road at Miami. They're on the road at NC State. They're back home for Notre Dame.
Yeah, but Rob, Clemson used to be Chuck Norris. Now they're American Ninja.
Right. But like I say every week on Mondays when we do the Robbie remix, last year ain't this year and this year ain't last year. I don't give a damn what you were in 2022. I care solely and only about what you are in 2023. It is 8:23 and it is time for us to take a break. He's the great one. I am Rob Brown. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. We got some of your texts, some of your responses when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I'd like to publicly apologize to Chuck Norris. I meant no disparagement towards you. Please don't come find me. I still fear you, even if you're like 87 years old
Norris
or something.
Doesn't breathe. Oxygen hides in his lungs for protection. Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the world down.
Yeah.
All right, guys, stepping away for 1 minute. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're dead on.
Kind of day I'm having. We go home to a dark room and just shake.
Appreciate it, Keegan. I am going to I'm going to be playing with the music a little bit after the show. I got a couple more screens I'm going to make. I like the away screen. I like the video. I like the framing. I like all that. But I got to play with the music a little bit. I feel like that music is good, but it's not great yet. I got to make it great.
And should have beat the Eagles last week. I can't trust the Bears, and neither should you. Fade those Bears all season long. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day, and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. All backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Keegan, I can't help it that your work gets in the way of you being entertained, bud. That's all right. Pimp Sullivan Creative Company. I'm 100% here for it. If you guys out there need any graphic design, photography, videography, PR, whatever.
I thought he was doing that on purpose.
Hit Keegan up.
And I saw it. It's like he's doing that on purpose. I don't get pimento cheese. I don't get it.
I love pimento cheese.
Overrated.
Not even a little.
It's like eating hot snot.
Running a small business
Yellow
is
hot
a
snot.
task. At Home Trust Bank, we work hard to prepare businesses for whatever tomorrow may bring. Your dreams are our business, and we have local experts who can help you plan for a successful future. Dependable guidance you need and service you'll appreciate. At Home Trust Bank, we take your small business banking personally. Visit your local Home Trust branch or anytime at htb.com. Member FDIC.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted South Carolina's #1 haunted house and one of America's top stream parks. Explore your way through the elaborate haunted house trail. Play our 18-hole ghost town mini golf, axe throwing, and carnival games. Enjoy our food.
So if I'm power ranking biscuits,
bro,
Popeyes hot and warm goes ahead of Bojangles. But if you let the Popeyes go cold, it falls way below.
Do you guys only like spicy chicken?
I love spicy chicken.
I know, but it sounds like you only like spicy chicken. Because the two chicken biscuits that you're talking about, they're both spicy. Popeyes is just naturally spicy.
You can get the Popeyes chicken sandwich grilled, blackened, spicy, or mild. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Is it blackened's kind of spicy?
It can be if it's seasoned the right way. Which if I make you blackened chicken, it brings the heat. Put a little cayenne pepper into the black pepper.
QC in the next break.
10-4.
Deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly.
I'm not against spicy. I just want options. That's all. It's me and my zone. Bro, are you in the zone?
I live in the zone. I'm always in the zone.
Is it the danger zone? Or is it the bro zone?
Rob Brown, the Great Lonzo, with you on an upstate Wednesday morning. It is 8:31 a.m. I am Rob. He is Lonzo. Thank you for being a part of the show. 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. That's 844-326-3663. The MadWorldAttractions.com phone line is there for you as well at 71307. 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, and I will read them on the air like this one. Rob, stop day drinking. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, texter. Rob Brown is a fan of the Sunday AM mimosa. Rob Brown is a fan of a Sunday early round of golf, cracking a bourbon and Coke about 10 a.m. Rob Brown is not cracking mimosas and bourbon and Cokes at 5 a.m.
I think probably they're referencing your take on Clemson.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, because, I mean, you know.
The rest
if,
of the
if
text
I
says,
if I didn't know, I might think the same thing.
the rest of the text says, Clemson is the most improved team in the nation. Come on, man. Quit Clemson-splaining. Clemson is mediocre at best. You're ready to put them on the field against Notre Dame? Clemson had a bad draw. Your Clemson-splaining is getting worse the more you talk. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I am simultaneously standing with a foot in both camps, all right? Let me go.
How tall is that fence? Because that could hurt.
Tall enough, I'm riding it, baby. Let me clean that up for you there, texter. What I said, if you care about getting it right versus getting it emotional, getting up in your feels, my dude. What I said was, this year, Clemson caught a bad draw because you caught Duke out of the gate. And in literally any other year, Duke in game one would be good. It would be great. That's exactly what you want. You get an ACC game out of the way. It's a freebie dub. You start off the year in a game where you're not up against an FCS cupcake. You're not up against a little bitty team that's out of their league and willing to let their players get their posteriors handed to them on a silver platter in return for a check for $1 million. You're up against an ACC team, not a good one, but an ACC team that's got some fellas playing for it. This year, you opened with, and I mean this thoroughly.
Notice he's talking slower. That means he's
it means somebody has once again misconstrued what I said.
Simple.
Misconstrued what I said. And yes, if you took what I said and you got this out of it, I'm going to speak slowly so that you understand.
Well, you're speaking to me too, so.
No, I'm speaking to this texter.
No, I'm agreeing with the texter. So
then I'm
speaking to me too.
Then I'm speaking to you as well. What I said was they caught a bad draw in 2023. This same schedule in 2000, I don't know, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 is a great schedule. But you just caught the best Duke team ever with 5.
Wow. I do believe,
for an all-time record,
and I could be wrong, that Spurrier won a championship with Duke.
This Duke
you said
team,
the best ever.
This is the best Duke team ever.
No.
Scratch that. This team with Riley Leonard is the best team ever.
It's not, because
Lonzo, does the best team win the Super Bowl every year? No, because championship doesn't mean you are the best team ever.
All right,
it means you were the best team that year.
Let's WWE this, the best in current history Duke team.
No.
So
the
Duke team that won the championship, that's not, they weren't good.
I didn't say they weren't good. I said this is the best team ever. So let me hit with this texter. This is the best Duke team ever. I will put them up against any Spurrier-led team or anybody else. Okay? This is the best Duke team ever. You caught them in week 1, and you caught them when Riley Leonard was A, healthy, and B, an enigma. See, because the teams that started coming up against Duke, like Notre Dame, oh, by the way, a Notre Dame team that needed every bit, a good Notre Dame team that needed every bit of 4 quarters to beat those same Duke Blue Devils. You caught them, if you're Clemson, in week 1 with a healthy and enigmatic Riley Leonard, a Riley Leonard for whom there was very limited game film based on what he was going to do with additional talent around him. Mike Elko has made Duke the best they've ever been, and I stand on that.
So what you're saying is
No,
Notre
what I'm saying
Dame
is what I
struggled.
just said.
Notre Dame struggled or won because they had more film than Clemson had. It's not that Notre Dame's more talented, but they had more film study.
I'm saying it helps.
It's just
I'm
okay.
saying it helped. And yes, they are more talented than Clemson. I'm not debating that.
Okay.
They are a better team than Clemson.
Which would make Clemson mid compared to
No.
Notre Dame.
One of the top 10 teams in America.
Which Clemson is not.
Mid means middle. Middle in college football is around number 60. Clemson is not around number 60.
Okay, because I think most people go, top 25, so mid would be somewhere.
Then most
around,
people are wrong.
Okay.
13
You're right.
is not mid.
I don't care if the majority is spoken. You're all wrong.
Correct, because words mean things and have definitions that matter. Mid means middle. Middle means middle, center, in the middle of.
You got me a little bit.
There are 120 plus college football teams.
It's like projectile.
Oh, sorry. That's gross.
It's like the first one in a while.
Middle means 60, right? They're not mid.
No,
Now,
I think you're like the only person who thinks that. When people think mid as far as college football goes, they're only thinking top 25. They're not thinking 120 whatever
that's
teams.
a you problem.
It's not.
That's a you
it's not a me. I speak for the people. You speak for you.
Let me finish speaking at the people, because that's what I'm doing right now.
I'm getting my shoulders ready because I'm going to take some for you people. That's what I do.
Duke is the best Duke team of all time, and they had an enigmatic quarterback who was a mystery to figure out. And how do you figure out mysteries? Like Scooby-Doo with a clue. Once you have 4 weeks of game film on a guy, you got a pretty good indicator of who this guy is and what this guy means and what he does and how he does it. So if you're seeing him for the very first time and you have no clue, it is harder to figure out that mystery than if you've got 4 weeks of game film to watch on him. Let's put that to the side for a second.
Because he went Scooby-Doo in a way to try to help me understand.
If that's what it takes.
I don't know if
All
you guys got that or not.
So the second thing is, he said, are you ready to put him on the field with Notre Dame? I just said Notre Dame's a better team. I literally just said that.
And I want to repeat,
ago.
If they go out and beat Notre Dame, then I'll believe that what you said is true. If they don't, then I believe what I said is true.
Notre Dame is a top 10 team in America. This game's in Death Valley. If Clemson loses this game in walk-off fashion, if they're within a field goal, yeah, it's going to be ugly.
Right now, you put money on Clemson to win this game.
Give me the spread. Not straight up.
Okay. So you think they're going to lose?
I don't have an issue with lose. I have an issue with compete. That's it. See, this is why
this is the morale thing again. I get it now. It's the morale thing. I just that's what lost me.
Lonzo, when I won second place in the Sportscaster of the Year award, did you come in here the next day and go, dude, you suck. You're mid? Or did you go, hey, you still won something?
Well, not in here.
Lonzo refuses to let me get away with anything.
Okay, Rob, you win. You are not second best. You got robbed. You were better than anyone in the state, which I said before we went there. You deserve to win that, but because of loyalty, longevity, whatever it may be. No offense, Chris, because I hear you listen. But you should have won that award. You should have took that going away. You should have been the double champ that day. You were not.
Right, because I'm mid.
No, you're not.
Well, based on what you're saying right now, that's
you're not.
That's
not.
the case.
You were facing the best Duke team in history.
Of all time.
In all
Thank
time.
you for agreeing with me.
You were facing
I'm
the best
glad we
Duke
got
team.
you there. I'm glad I got you to my side.
And
It took me a minute, but
I
we
think
got us
Chris
there.
is a Duke fan, but I could be wrong. I mean,
Tell you what, he's a great dude. Great dude. Now, that being said,
he took a sheriff's badge off when I walked in with mine on, though, because
Texter said, quit saying Clemson caught a bad draw. To be the best, you have to be the best. Come on. First off, excellent Ric Flair reference. I approve. Okay? Let me ask you a question. Did I say Clemson's the best? No, I never said that. That's what you wanted me to say so that you could get agitated. I don't know why you want to be agitated. What I said was Clemson is, since week one, the start of the season, since week one, Clemson is the most improved team in America. And I believe that to be true. Who else is on that platform? Who has gotten It's not Georgia. It's not Michigan. It's not Ohio State. It's not Alabama. The most improved team from week 1 to week 5 is Clemson. Now, can they sustain that? I don't know.
How bad were you if you went from that to mid?
Again, it's only in this room, since I've got to be abundantly clear, Alonzo will latch on to it. In this room,
Still like to, man.
you're the only person who's called them that.
Yeah, I know.
So,
But
to me,
just like some other things I do, I'm sure to catch on.
to me, not the best, not angling for a play. None of that's true. But from week 1 to what we saw this past Saturday, Clemson's the most improved team in college football, in my opinion. I'm not saying they're going to stay there. They could come out this week and just lay an egg against Wake Forest, in which case I'll go, I got tricked. I got fooled.
By the way, let me address the stream really quick. You can see us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and the X. Brandon, it would have to be an odd number for it to be a true mid. I mean, that's how that works. Even there's no true mid unless you pick 2.
Clemson may come out and lay an egg against Wake Forest this weekend. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to carry the same momentum into Clemson or into Syracuse and through Syracuse into this game. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I have already got money on Clemson to cover the spread.
Who's better, Wake or Syracuse?
Syracuse.
Okay, so
Syracuse is a better football team.
So Clemson should come in and do at least
more,
twice as good against Wake as they did in Syracuse to show the improvement that you're saying that they have.
I will say, I'm not going to say twice as good, but I will say that they are going to beat Wake by a larger margin than they beat the Cuse. Without a doubt in my mind, they are. That's why I took them on the cover line. That's why I took the spread cover. I said they are not the best because, yes, to be the man, you got to beat the man. I don't disagree, but I'm not saying they're the man. I'm saying they're the most rapidly improving team in college football. I'm saying that this Notre Dame game does not look like the butt whooping that so many people are projecting it to be. I am not making a declaration of ACC champions or playoff team. I'm saying Notre Dame better be on alert now. Miami better be on alert now. North Carolina better be on alert now because Cade looks dramatically better in week 5 than he did in week 1 and 2 and 3. Because this offense looked like it had flow and fluidity in week 4 that it did not have in the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season.
How bad do you have to be to look dramatically better? I'm just saying, it's just.
You may hate as you see fit. I am telling you what I saw from the team that lost to Duke and Florida State. This team that played Syracuse is a better football team. That's not Clemson-splaining. That's me being accurate. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, one quick live read, then we're right back. Don't go anywhere. like boots? Do you like blue jeans? Come to Boot Barn.
Come to Boot Barn where we play
boots.
Dark Country. I was told about Dark Country, and I finally heard Dark Country. Now I know what it is. It's at the Boot Barn.
We got brown boots, and we got black boots. We got blue jeans, and we got slightly darker blue jeans. Plus, we got socks. Real men wear socks.
I have to pick me up a pair.
Wrapping up the third hour, still one to go here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. Headbanging on the other side of the... we learned Monday. Neither one of us is in a spot to head. I headbanged on Monday before the show started for like 2 seconds and had a headache the rest of the day. That's not a joke.
If you notice, I'm not banging. I'm just like not holding my head up.
It's like a head rock.
It's like letting my head lull a little bit.
Yeah.
If you had to hold this thing up, you'd understand.
I'm not so much metal as I am like stiff plastic now, you know? It's not really heavy metal. It's more like brittle shale, if anything.
Do you think, is it harder to headbang with a really styled beard like Diesel? Can he headbang and it's not, because do you have to worry about?
He's the only one of us left that can.
No, because if you hit, like your chest, if you're a CrossFit and you got a big chest and you hit your chest, does it mess your beard up? Can you only partially headbang?
If you've got the big beard like Diesel, you got to put the shelf in it. It comes away from the jawline, right? It comes out, so there's a little room.
You mean shelf? You mean like pointy?
Yeah, like it comes down.
All right,
and out.
all right.
That's the correct way.
You mean like Satan?
Sure, I guess.
Well, he's got that pointy. I mean, the depictions of. Wait, do I have one on? Yeah,
you sure do.
Yeah,
he's
right.
Clean shaven.
Yeah,
Satan,
no. He's like Triple H Satan. He's got the just the side thingy.
Texter said, Lonzo, there are 133 FBS teams. Mid would be 67, which is correct. Words have meanings for a reason. If we just stop saying words without the meaning, communication breaks down.
By the way, thank you, Texter, for going and finding the exact number and finding let's see, this minus this once.
It's just division.
67.
It's just division.
67.
Texture says AP top 25 also has Clemson still receiving votes, currently 5, which puts 7 teams ahead of them that are unranked. So in essence, 33rd. I mean, again, can we call them court? They're not mid, they're court. They're a quarter of the way down. Texas says Notre Dame has bigger and ranked fish like Louisville and Southern Cal to fry before they play Clemson and pay attention to the most improved team in America, end quote. Oh, listen.
Am I a shock jock? Is that what it is? I say stuff and people have to figure out how to math again. I just believe that a lot of people only look at top 25. They don't care about anybody else unless it's their team.
That's fine. Then you don't like college football.
That's not, you can't see again, you're throwing out definites when it's not, that's your opinion. That is your opinion. You're not me, you're not them. In your opinion, that's that, but that doesn't mean you're right.
I mean, if all you care about is the top 10, right?
We said 25.
Why would you care about 25 but not 33?
Yeah.
Why is that such an arbitrary? The AP says there's a number out there, so I care.
If you are not in the top 25 and you're not my team,
you're irrelevant.
Why? Well, pretty much, except for the kids playing and
I also care about the future.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I sure do.
Do you believe the children are our future?
I don't know the rest of the lyrics of that song. I bleached that song from my memory about 5th grade when I heard it the 9,000th damn time.
Yeah, I just hear the sexual chocolate version of it.
Coming up in the next hour of the show, we're going to bat lead off, switching back to the National Football League, primarily the Panthers of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, I thought we were going to not fight next hour.
Well, no, we are. Except for, I feel pretty good because, great fighters have great cornermen, right? Great fighters got somebody in their corner.
I need a cut man today.
Great fighters have somebody in their corner that tells them what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong, and they don't pull punches. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have that guy, and it is a guy that if you are a Panther fan, I can tell you already you respect. You respect his opinion, you respect his thoughts, and it is somebody that I have had issues with in the past, but would you look at that? We're on the same side of this fight.
But you know what? If he was in this room, Rob and I both would overlook him.
I mean, I'm going to let you tell him that because I'm not.
No. Because he likes to fight guy. So no, thank you. I'll just tell him you said it.
I mean, he's got my back in this one. So we'll talk about that, tell you what it is, play some audio from that legend coming up in the next hour of the show. Also got a couple of other things that I want to get to on the radio show, including a little more college ball in the second segment. That's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show. Hour number 4 starts next. It is the Fan Upstate.
Trey, I love you, dude. I really do. But ain't nobody really attacking anybody. We're just doing radio, man. Heated opinions doesn't necessarily have venom behind it. And whoever puts the show together possibly might be looking, okay, we're probably not going to agree on this, but we will agree on this. If it was all love, it would be too sappy. And, I was checking out the label. You just pulled your shirt down. I was just checking out the label. What is the Kirk Cousins label?
Grayers.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it said Kirk Cousins on it. I would have died.
In the ultimate white guy dad move, on the tag, there's a spot to write your name.
Is it really?
I swear to you.
I'm so glad you're wearing an undershirt right now. I just want to say that too.
I was wearing an undershirt for this exact reason. There's a spot for me to, I might do it. I might write my name in the box just in case anybody confuses this shirt for belonging to somebody else.
No, you should write Kirk on it. You should.
I'm going to change out this.
There is an audience for all the other stuff too, Keegan, as far as the other teams. But right now, primary audience is still in on those teams. And there's also the fact when you move here, people want you to make a decision, make a choice. They come at you. All right, you got to choose either Clemson or Carolina when you first move here. I'm sure some people came at Rob that way. And they do that. I mean, so it can't be out of mind when everyone wants someone to make a decision as soon as they get here. I remember them doing the same thing to Tara when she first got here over on WRD. Like I said, happened to me organically thanks to those idiots trying to throw my baby daughter off the side of the stadium. You could have had me. You could have had me. And if you had me, things would be awesome for you. But you went the opposite, so there's that. That's one way to look at it, Keegan. That's one way to look at it. By the way, I sent you a video on
Twitter?
Yeah. You don't even have to listen to the sound. Just look at it. It's Dexter Loomis.
Yeah, I've
on
seen
a
that
show.
before. I need to watch that episode. Also,
I just want to hear if his voice is really high pitched like it was when he said "I do," And
also, where the hell is Dexter Loomis?
He posted, because I follow him on the X. He posted a picture of him working out. Hey, somebody else showed up Monday. You haven't gotten there, so maybe
Is it Johnny? I saw Johnny popping up on Twitter.
Yeah. He showed up, and there's been a reunion of sorts of a tag team.
I like it.
It's kind of it's a do-it-yourself kind of thing. do this. Do it. I did it. God, look at that. 2. I was half right on that. I was having a debate with Cameron about how it was going to end. And I was 2/3 of the way right about how it ended.
I did watch last week's episode last night, so I got to watch last night's episode today.
Steven, I'm not gonna beg for that. I'm waiting for management to send me one because I deserve it. So you watched the penultimate episode, but not,
The most recent Madden cover.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The fourth and final, the best hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. This is the Fan Upstate. How we doing, y'all? Yeah. Good to be with you as we rock and roll through the final 60 of the broadcast.
Good morning.
4 full quarters of sports talk entertainment every single day from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on the air.
There's some people out there saying we're fighting, Rob. You and I are.
If you think we're fighting now, you should hear what we do after the show in the Nerd Cave.
Yeah, we got like a ring set up in there.
Yeah, Fortress of Nerditude. We got boxing gloves, MMA gloves. We got it all.
I don't need those because I have a Scorpion Death Drop. And Rob knows about it.
We have got a lot to get through here on the show. And I want to start with this, Lonzo. I want to start talking some more Carolina Panthers because, the show just hasn't been quite contentious enough for me yet this morning. I feel like we just need to fight a little more. So earlier in the day, I played you a clip from a young lady who covers the Panthers up in the Charlotte area, Sheena Quick. And she is spectacular. I love her work. I think she does a great job. She put up a thing on Twitter yesterday that said Carolina Panthers fans have been hoodwinked, bamboozled. It was great. She quoted Robin Hood Men in Tights, and it was a spectacular moment. And I applaud that work. And I disagreed with her on Twitter. Now, I read through a lot of her other stuff afterwards. And I think she does a real good job. But I disagree with that take. And I basically said, if you feel like you have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led amok, it's kind of on you. Because if you looked at that roster in the preseason, when Fitterer and Reich were telling you, we're ready to compete now, Fitterer said at one point, we just got to plug a quarterback in and we're ready to win. Man, if you looked at that roster and you felt like that was the case, that was the truth, I'm sorry to say, that's on you.
There are some people out there, it's hard to believe, there are some people out there who are not football coaches or GMs or have the ability or understanding of how to build a team. So they look to the people who supposedly do have those skills. And when they tell you, hey, this is so, they have faith that they're telling the truth. So what you're saying is, don't listen to them. They're not telling the truth. They're just doing what they're supposed to do.
I will say this. If I was making a major investment about something I didn't know that much, I'll give you the perfect example. Hilariously enough, I don't know a damn thing about cars. I know effectively. Well, even now I have some cars I got to figure it out how to turn them on. Right? Because now you got buttons and
newfangled things. You got to have your key and you push a button. And where's the key?
You got to have it
turn the crank.
That button push. Yeah, for sure.
Why in the world can I see behind me when I'm trying to back up?
Back in February, I was driving the old Jeep around. I had a guy in a big truck pull out in front of me. I smoked him. My Jeep got ruined. I got the insurance payout. It was time to buy a new car.
He smoked you, actually.
He pulled in front of me, and then I slammed into his side. But it was his fault. Right. It was his fault. So I got a big check from the insurance company, and it was time to go car shopping. And I'm going to be real honest with you. I don't know anything about cars. When I bought the Jeep, I went through somebody who did, and I effectively had them car shop for me. When I got out of high school, my parents got me my first car, my first like grown-up car.
Yeah, no one's surprised by that.
It is what it is. I got lucky. All right. This was the first time that Rob Brown actually went car because that Jeep got me 200,000 miles. I had it for a minute.
It's pretty good.
It was great.
Been to a bunch of different states.
Oh, yeah.
And all that. Yeah.
That Jeep had been through, I think, 16 states of the union by the time I got done with it. Right. So
Shame you didn't make it to all 57.
when I got that check and it was time to go buy a new car, as somebody who didn't know a lot about cars, I had a lot to learn. So I did a lot. I asked people who did know cars. If I got interested in a car, I tried to find somebody who owned that car or at least the make of that car and ask them about it.
Do you haggle?
I did not haggle because I don't know how to do that either.
I got a haggler.
I should have called the haggler.
My wife would have come and helped you because she's really good at it. When she gets into she gets into that mode, I just get up and walk out and let her do her thing.
In fairness, I did get a hookup from somebody I know who got me a pretty good deal on the car.
It's a nice vehicle.
I had to look up to see if I had a deal on the car because I didn't know. I didn't know anything about it. So you know what I did? I educated myself. I read.
But so
I
you
watched,
trusted
I looked,
it,
I viewed.
but you still, in the end, you trusted in others and their word on it. The eye test that's a sweet looking ride.
Right. But
you
did
did the test drive.
But you know who I didn't do that from? The salesman. I didn't go to the salesman and go, convince me this is the right car for me. I looked at everybody who had no profit in that decision.
The head coach is not the salesman.
Yes, he is.
He's the mechanic. He's the guy who knows all the workings of the vehicle. He is not the salesman. He is the guy who's supposed to know how everything works.
I'll play your game. He is the mechanic at the dealership that you're buying the car from. He absolutely has skin in the game.
All right, you got me there.
Yeah. I know, because I'm right. Again, it's what I do. He's the mechanic at the dealership.
I now have a Dom Mysterio black eye.
If I am going to buy a car, yeah, I'll listen to what the salesman has to say about it. But he is not the guy that I base my decision on solely. That's Scott Fitterer. I'm not. If you listen to dissenting opinions, like, I don't know, this show, somebody would have said, hey, this is not a playoff team this year. They're not there yet. Now, it would be one thing if D.A. Rob Brown, emphasis on the D. It'd be one thing if Rob Brown.
As in district.
In dumb, you know what. We don't say that word on the radio or else that one texter will get mad.
I thought you were going for like attorney,
No.
DA as in district attorney.
No,
okay.
as in dumb.
Okay, all right.
If I was by myself on this one, Lonzo, it would be one thing. But somebody else has noticed that the fans are quite upset. I'm really only using this clip, A, because the emotion behind it, and B, because of the phraseology. Here's Steve Smith's finger on the pulse of Carolina fans. Clip number 1, Steve Smith Sr.
Man, the Carolina Panthers and the fans down here in Charlotte, bro, pitchforks.
They out?
Man, they hot. Listen, they hot as fish grease, bro. hotter than the Krispy Kreme, fresh off the rack when the hot button is going. They are peeved.
I freaking love it.
All right. First of all, he said bro, which was word of the day here on the Rob Brown Show is bro. And second of all, he went fish grease. I don't know how hot that is, but then he had to go. Then he went Krispy Kreme, and I'm like, okay, yeah. I know that.
Hotter than a Krispy Kreme when the hot now button is on. We all know that one.
And then he said peeved so loud.
They are
peeved. Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
and he's right.
Overmodulation, man, love that.
And he's right. Now, then Steve Smith started talking football.
Senior.
Steve Smith Sr. started talking football. Let me go here with clip number 1A. One of the things that Steve Smith Sr. pointed out that can be frustrating to fans is Bryce Young. He said, hey, look, this kid is a game that his kid, as Rob Brown's been telling you, because Steve Smith Sr. is a genius like me, this kid's game is cerebral. It's up here. It's between the ears. It's the gray matter.
You're like hitting your cheek though. You're not in your
Well,
head.
I got the glasses
It's
on.
it's like
and
what?
if I hit the glasses,
Is
it hurts
there
my head.
something wrong? I mean, what?
So one of the things that the Panthers are trying to do is to help Bryce Young evaluate, to learn, to read defenses, to understand what's happening, and to make adjustments to the offense like Drew Brees used to do.
That guy that we've been sold is really, really smart at this.
Yes.
Okay.
But just like anything else, you have to learn. So Steve Smith Sr. is on his podcast, on his YouTube channel. It's also available on wherever major podcasts are found. He's hosting this show along with James Palmer. And Steve Smith was talking about the fact that multiple times, even in pressure situations, the play clock was winding down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second before Bryce was getting the snap off. And here's what Steve Smith Sr. had to say about that.
Every rebuild is different, man, and people don't get that. People are already saying that, Bryce, oh, man, we got the wrong guy. Oh, he can't play. It's
3 games he's played.
3 games.
Played 3 games.
And if you look at the games, first of all, let's get to what I see what's going on.
Okay.
Bryce is a processor. He processes with the best of them.
Can handle a lot of information.
And a lot of information. It's like watching a movie. You notice things you don't see. When you watch the same movie a few times, you go, oh, I didn't pick that up the first 3 times. You pick up something somebody said in a backdrop, you're like, I couldn't believe I missed that the first 10 times. One of the things that I noticed, especially this game, man, hiking the ball 2 seconds, 1 second. It was a few times I thought they were going to stop the play because it was like 0.
Yeah.
His pre-snap adjustments, way too much.
So where have you heard, I don't know, every word of that so far?
So either he's getting the play late or he can't figure the play out. If your pre-snap adjustments got to be like that in the NFL, they can't be, okay, they're doing that. And, okay, wait, let me go back to look, 5 seconds. Oh, I better snap the ball.
Yes. And just like literally anything else on
you know who's
planet
not having
Earth,
that problem? CJ Stroud.
Because CJ Stroud does not run his offense that way. They give CJ the play and he doesn't go, well, if I move this and I alternate that route and I move this running back over here, it's going to open this up. He doesn't do that. He just goes, I'm going to do this. And if somebody's open, I'm going to throw it. And if they're not, I'm going to run it because it's a different game. What Bryce has to do.
Isn't he like up near the top as far as passing yards and all that kind of stuff goes?
For the rookies. The rookies.
Oh, okay.
But again, if that's your argument, then it seems to me like that would be on the playbook, the designs, the calls, not Bryce Young.
Wait. The playbook that Bryce Young has corrected coaches on. Which would imply that he knows the playbook so good that you can't use that as a reason.
No, see, you're missing the point. I can read the book and know the book well and then point out that there's a bunch of mistakes in the book and the book still be bad. The playbook is the playbook, and the play calls are the play calls. Bryce is not calling plays. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead. Let me go to clip 1D real quick, if you don't mind. I was going to save this for later, but I'll go ahead and play it now because I think it illustrates an important point. I don't even need to set this up. This is Frank Reich at the post-game press conference.
There's one that I called a play for Thielen, and then I realized he was out, and I didn't know he was out. I didn't know he was out fast enough. It was a play that could only go to Thielen, so I had to change the call. And that was the one we had to call a timeout on. So that was what happened on that.
Okay, so let's break that down. Because if you're mad at Bryce Young for taking too long to make pregame adjustments, you better damn well be mad at Frank Reich for A, calling a play for a guy who's not in the game. B, calling a play for a guy who's not in a game, and the play can only go to him, an outside wide receiver, and there's nowhere else to go. And then C, because you called a play for a guy who's not in the game, and a play that can only go to that guy and nobody else apparently, then had to blow a timeout because of it. If you got problems with Bryce, but you're not blowing up Frank Reich right now, you're being a bad fan.
Your Honor, let the record show that my friend across the aisle has blamed everyone except for the young short man who throws the ball, whilst I, Your Honor, have blamed everyone. And all I've ever tried to do was to get my good friend across the aisle to admit that is everyone's fault, but he will not put any blame at all on the young, short man who's throwing the ball.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to. If you have a coach who is calling plays that does not know what personnel's available, does not know what personnel's
Bryce
on the
Young
field,
money
I'm not
or something?
stop, does not know what personnel's on the field, and calls a passing play where only one guy, even if there's a slip screen, a screen designed to go to that guy, if you go and the quarterback turns and recognizes the cornerback is playing press and is pushed up against that, there's always a release valve. There's a backside throw to an escaping running back or a backside wide receiver on an inside slant. Frank Reich called a play that there's one option, or throw it into the stands. That's the play you called for a guy who's not on the field. Yeah, I'm going to give a pass to the quarterback. I'm going to give a pass to the engineer if the conductor of the train is driving into a freaking wall. The rally car driver, the navigator in the rally car, does not hold fault. If he's
for a
told,
guy
go
who doesn't
right,
know
and there's a
cars,
fence
why do
there.
you always go back to cars as your
Because in this case,
analogy?
they're right. All right.
Okay, I swear, there's a great philosopher who we recently lost, who mostly talked about first person saying, well, I think it could be my fault. In this case, you won't even look and think that it might possibly be, at least how infinitesimal it might be, partly Bryce Young's fault. Part of it is his fault. It's everyone's fault. But you're not putting any blame at all on Bryce Young, and he is partly to blame.
If you come in here tomorrow and all your computer monitors are gone, and then the show sucks, and I walk down to the boss's office and I go, hey, Mark, Lonzo made the show suck today. You're going to fist fight me.
All right, first of all,
because I took your most important things away from you and then blamed you.
Would never fist fight you because I love you, man. And the other thing is, I think we both know what we went through today. And so you want to take my monitors? Take my freaking monitors, man. Do you know who the heck I am? Do you?
All right, so let's put that away for a second. Let me keep going with Steve Smith Sr. here. Let me go with clip 1B. Things are going wrong for Bryce. I'm not going to argue that they aren't.
That's the first time you said that.
No.
I mean, we can go back and we can comb tape. That's the first time you said that.
I said things are going wrong for Bryce, not because of Bryce.
Oh,
there's a difference.
Wow.
Things are going wrong for Bryce.
I don't know what I was
part
thinking.
of the reason why is part of the reason I just played that Frank Reich clip. Because that Frank Reich clip is a wonderful illustration about how if you give a person a job and then don't give them the tools to complete the job, you shouldn't get mad at them for not completing the job. The play calling for the Carolina Panthers is not just simple and predictable, but it's easily schemed against. Steve Smith Sr. recognized this as well. This is clip 1B, talking about how Minnesota's defense, especially later in that game, was able to effectively prevent Bryce Young from doing anything because of how predictable specifically the third down offense was.
Minnesota made some key adjustments. They looked like it was an all-out blitz because they've been blitzing people, but yet they still blitz, but they drop out. So they look like all-out blitz, cover zero, cover one, but it's really like a one buzz, one robber. And so one buzz and one robber is they're blitzing, and the robber is robbing to the assumption of the tendency and the data information and the analytics is telling you where they're going. And a lot of times they had a 3-by-1. So you're going to the 3, not the 1 formation, because the 3-by-1 is DJ Chark. Okay, well, it's third down. DJ Chark's to the left. We're not throwing to DJ Chark because 50% of the targets on third down are going to who? Hayden Hurst is on the 3-by-1. So he's been targeted a lot on third down. Adam Thielen, and whether it's Terrence Marshall Jr. or Laviska Shenault, or Jonathan Mingo, whoever it is, 2 out of the 3 guys are getting the ball. The third guy, let's see can he prove to beat us. So they're going there, or they're doing some kind of screen. And so I started to notice Minnesota started to make Bryce make adjustments, and then the adjustment was actually playing to the strength of the Minnesota Vikings, which negated and put them behind the chain, got them off schedule, which led to a lot of 3-and-outs.
So what he's saying there, because Steve Smith Sr. knows ball,
that Bryce Young isn't smart enough to figure out what the defense is doing to him because he's a rookie. And even though he's highly touted as being, smart enough to correct coaches, reading defenses at the speed that he needs to read them, he can't do that. So the Minnesota defense, arguably one of the worst defenses in the NFL, were able to befuddle Bryce Young.
That is a wonderful example of taking something that someone said and completely blowing it in order to try to make it fit what you have decided is the case.
Legitimately, that's
not what he said.
That's what I heard. That is what I heard. I don't know ball apparently, but that's what I heard.
Here's what Steve Smith Sr. said. What he said is on third down, Carolina was repeatedly and routinely going to a 3-and-1 set. 3 receivers on one side, 1 on the other. And what Minnesota was able to do was throw a couple of different coverage looks at it. They were able to go with a cover 0. They were able to go with a cover 1 robber. They were able to go with different looks. All of those different looks are going to set up on the field differently, and they're going to react to the play differently. And the other thing it does in going with a cover 1 on third down, which ordinarily you want to try to maybe spread out to if you're going to go 4 wide, 2 and 2, maybe flip the 3-and-1 to the other side, do something to force them to go, you know what, we need to go cover 2 here. We need to protect the 4th down line. We need to protect the line to gain marker. But by going 3-and-1 and routinely going 3-and-1, predictably going 3-and-1 routinely, you create a situation where Minnesota was able to look at it and go, all right, we're going to go cover 1 robber, which means we're going to have one guy back. We're going to have the other defensive backs up in the box. One of them is going to jump the obvious passing lane. The other is going to go in on the blitz. They're going to rob the obvious passing lane from Bryce Young. So we're going to set him up to make him go, okay, this is the guy that's likely to be open. And then we're going to have a defensive back in the box jump out or rob that route away from him and try to make him either throw it to that guy or have to change what he's going to do mid-route, push that timing back, maybe get a coverage sack. And the point that he's making here is because the offense is so predictable on third down, it's 3-1 sets, 3 receivers one side, 1 on the other. And on top of that, they don't ever go to the 1. They don't ever go to the 1. So if you don't ever go to the 1, I can go one-on-one man coverage on that side. Just take them out of the equation because they never go that direction. They always go to the 3. Reads 1, 2, 3, and then maybe if you're lucky, they can go to read 4. But here's the thing. Bryce Young is getting the 3rd least time in the pocket before pressure of any quarterback in the National Football League. So likely he doesn't have time to get to read 4, especially when 1, 2, and 3 are left, and then he's got to spin and rotate to look at read 4. And if he's going to throw to read 4, also have time to get the entire body, the hips, the feet planted under him and deliver a football. He's going 1 through 3. So I'm going to set up in a cover 1 look or a cover 0 look. I'm going to drop a guy back into cover 1. I'm going to drop 2 guys back into either a true Tampa 2 that's disguised or a robber or a zone, whatever cover 1 I'm going to run here. And basically, because I know what the Panthers are doing on third down, because it is predictable as hell. It just is. Because I know what they do on third down, I can cater my defense. And while I can line up one way, I got 5 or 6 or 7 different coverages, all which cover different angles and aspects of the field that I can throw at you. So the defense knows what the Carolina Panther offense is about to do. The Carolina Panther offense has no idea what coverage the Minnesota defense is throwing at them. So Bryce Young is getting a snap. He's going into his progression, but he can't just look 1, 2, 3, decision throw. He's got to look 1, diagnose the coverage. 2, diagnose the coverage. 3, diagnose the coverage. Make sure there's not a cornerback that was in the box dropping off to jump number 2, to jump the 2 route. Eliminating the 2 route and making the options 1, 3, 4, except for I don't have time to get to 4 because the offensive line's bad. So giving me the decision of 1 or 2. And oh, by the way, 1 is a route behind the sticks. If I hit Hayden Hurst on the inside slant route on a 3rd and 7 and he's running a 40-yard route, I got to buy him 3 more yards to get there. I got to throw the ball out in front of him so he can cut up the field and make those 3 yards. And that's not easy to do because they're playing tight coverage. Yes, things aren't going great for Bryce Young. But I'm going to tell you, as somebody who knows ball, I can drop that squarely on predictable vanilla, out of its depth play calling. For a guy who is, listen, I'm not questioning Frank Reich's ability to develop a quarterback's mechanics.
So you're blaming it on Mr. Coach Klein.
I'm blaming it on Mr. Coach Klein. I am blaming it on a head coach who will not give up play calling duties, despite the fact that he is so bad at that, at least demonstrably this year, that he's calling plays for wide receivers who are in the locker room, not on the field. He's calling plays that are designed only to go to one target out of the offense and then having to call a timeout to fix his very egregious mistake. Yeah, I'm going to blame that guy, not the rookie quarterback who's played 3 NFL games so far. Hey, maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't know ball. Got to take a break. We're back after this. Got a few more thoughts before we get to what the X is going on and get up out of here on the day. It's Rob, it's Lonzo with you. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, one more quick live read, then we're right back. Don't go anywhere. BRB. I'm intrigued.
I know we're on stream, but don't be surprised if I don't get something where I can just do that randomly. Maybe I'll bring in my guitar and just hold one note down for an entire segment.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babel.
Listen, James, we all use Steiner math every day, without a doubt. Some of us are better than others with it. I do believe how good you are with Steiner math has to do with muscle mass.
I feel like it has more to do with brain mass or lack thereof.
Right. More mass, less brain. Unless the mass is brought about naturally, of course.
Like mine. This is all natural, baby. Yes, Steven, you will have new music in there tomorrow. Today's post-game activities will be including building a couple of new break screens, including...
Hey, grab a couple of the bass-centric songs where they're just... Yeah. You know, you could, if you wanted to, you could combine a couple songs. Instead of like one song over and over again. Just throw in a medley.
Well, so here's the interesting challenge with StreamYard is you can only upload videos of a certain size, and what I found it is like max of like 3 minutes, right? So what I'm having to do, like that screen that goes up is 1 minute and 13, but I have it on a loop. So I can do like 2 30-second clips, music clips, and just they'll bounce back and forth.
Gotcha.
Or it's one song, a minute, and then the video just loops with the music looping under it.
But at Taco Bell, you can celebrate way longer with the Taco Lovers Pass.
We should record a couple of Rob Hatt songs as away music.
We could do that. We could do nothing but parodies. We can write a couple parodies, throw them in there. I mean...
So we told you earlier in the show in the water cooler cheat sheet that the NCAA's Division I Council is meeting
by
today
the way,
in
you should
Indianapolis.
use this.
It's pretty banger. It's a banger.
Go ahead. My bad.
In a step towards putting rules in place to regulate the way college athletes can be compensated for their fame, name, image, and likeness, the NCAA's Division I Council introduced yesterday, according to the Associated Press, several proposals to bring transparency to the transactions and oversight of those who want to work with students. Again, that from the AP. The proposals came from NIL working group recommendations. Now, as of right now, these proposals are not final. They are just that. They are, as of right now, just proposals. But the NCAA Division I Council is meeting today again in Indianapolis, and they could begin putting forward these proposals as potential guidelines that could be enacted as early as this upcoming January. Now, I'm interested in this from a few different angles. Number one, if the NCAA Division I Council is able to bring these proposals forward that become final today if they are approved, then why, may I ask you, NCAA, have you been out there moaning and complaining? Somebody's got to do something. We need Congress to step in and save us. Why have you been complaining when this was an option? If the NCAA's Division I Council is able to come up with these guidelines and say, yep, this is how it is, and then just the next freaking day enact them and say, hey, in 3 months, these go on the table as legitimate. In 3 months, you have to follow these rules. Why'd you not do this in the first place? Now, I'm not saying there's not a good reason. There may very well be a good reason. I'm going to be real honest and upfront with you guys. I don't know the legal workings of the NCAA like a book. I know. I probably should. But I don't. But it seems...
Wait, you don't even know a guy?
I don't even know a guy for this. I got a guy. For just about everything, I got a guy. What you need? I got a guy. I don't got a guy for the NCAA's legal processes. They're internally legislative processes. I don't got a guy for that. But what I do find interesting is that yesterday, the announcement got made that the NCAA's Division I Council was putting forward proposals and that those proposals could be enacted as early as today. So why have you been going to Capitol Hill or Schoolhouse Rock? I'm just a bill. Why have you been going to Capitol Hill and begging for help, begging for assistance, begging for the federal legislature to get involved if you could have just gone, no, this is how it's going to work. Now, I do have one theory, though it is just a theory, and it does involve some speculation on my behalf. But the theory I have is that we have heard floated a number of times the idea that potentially, perhaps, maybe, perchance, down the line, some football programs might break away from the NCAA. They may go, yeah, we're not in the NCAA anymore. We got our own thing going now. And with the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference effectively gobbling up everybody that they want, with the Pac-12 dying so that the Big 12 could live, with the ACC hanging on by a thread, the fear is there that two of those conferences could very well grab the rest of the metaphorical crown jewels that are hanging out there. Notre Dame, Florida State, Clemson, Miami. Build some super conferences, and then those conferences go, you know what we don't need? We don't really need the NCAA anymore. We can just kind of like play under our own banner. Because the TV networks are giving us so much gosh darn money right now. Our conferences have Scrooge McDuck vaults. We'll just fund our own thing. We'll just do our own thing. We don't need them anymore. We pretty much run the whole show as it is. And so the NCAA has been very hesitant to do anything at all, because doing anything at all might result in the trigger, in the lighting of the fuse that results in some of these conferences, some of these teams breaking away from the NCAA and doing their own thing, moving on. And if that's the case, then all the people that work for the NCAA don't work no mas. So that's the only working theory I have, is that they've been very hesitant. And basically, we've gotten to a point of critical mass with NIL. Because whether or not Shane Beamer or Nick Saban will make these accusations of, well, school, Shane Beamer said preseason, we had another SEC school offer one of our current players $1 million to hit the transfer portal and come play for them. Now, he won't tell us what school it was or which coach it was or what player it was or when this happened or how this happened or the details of any type. He's just saying that it did happen. And while I'm not going to call Shane Beamer a liar, because this story might very well be true, if you're not willing to come forward with any of the details about it, then how am I expected to do anything? How am I expected to do anything at all? I don't think I can be. But Shane threw this story out, and it got gobbled up by the college football fandom. Nick Saban has said the same. I think Kirby Smart said the same. Lots of big-name coaches have made these accusations. And again, none of them have provided any details. So as an outsider looking in, if somebody comes to me with a story and says, here's the thing that happened to me, and it is something that has an impact on me, my next response is almost always, I need you to prove that. I can't act on a story because while you may not be one, the world is full of liars. It's full of liars. It's full of people who run NFL franchises who will sell you a false bill of goods because they want your money. And there are a lot of people who are willing to lie through their teeth in order to acquire it. Now, I don't think Shane Beamer necessarily profits from telling this story, but I'll tell you what he does profit from. What every college coach profits from, and the reason why most, not all, but most don't love NIL and don't love the portal is because it made their job tougher. It makes their job more difficult. I told you that when this whole thing started and guys like Saban were out there talking out against it. I'm like, they're not doing this because they hate players being paid. They don't care. They don't care. If all the rules were the same and once you signed a scholarship, that's the school you're playing for 4 years, but then you can earn money, they'd be totally fine with that. What most college people are upset about, which most college coaches are upset about, is the transfer portal more than the NIL. The NIL added on to the transfer portal becomes an even bigger problem. If it's just the transfer portal, yeah, your job gets harder because not only do you have to recruit kids to come to your school, but now you have to recruit kids in your school to stay at your school. And it is very hard to recruit against money. It's very hard to maintain against money. That's why I tell people all the time. If you die tomorrow, your job is replaced in a week. In a week. Right? So always go looking for money.
Wow.
Go get the
Way
bag.
to get morbid, dude. I mean,
Life's a you-know-what, buddy. It just is. If I croak tomorrow, somebody's in this seat in a
life's
week.
a gift.
Yes,
life
it
is
is.
wonderful. Life is
It
amazing.
is. All these things are true. These two things are not mutually exclusive. I love my life. It's amazing. I cannot tell you how happy I am that I have tricked somebody into thinking that this is a job I deserve to be paid for.
Bro.
I know. But at the same time, if I'm gone tomorrow, somebody else is filling this chair in a week. I ain't dumb. You ain't either. Nobody is. Listening to this show, you can't be. You got to know ball.
But they won't be you.
I don't disagree with that either. But there would be somebody. So I always say chase the bag. Always chase the bag. Always be looking for bigger and better. Look out for number one. No problem with that. When guys can not only move, but can now move with the prospect of more dinero on the other end, it makes Shane Beamer and Nick Saban and Kirby Smart's job that much more difficult. Because like I said, not only do you have to recruit kids to your school, now you got to recruit kids at your school to stay in your school. They don't love that. So the NCAA, I think, hit a point of critical mass where they're going, you know what? We got to do something. If we do nothing at all, if we don't do nothing at all, this is going to get out of control because some states are allowing teams to just do whatever the hell they want. And some states are being very restrictive about NIL. And if I'm in a state that's very restrictive about NIL and Rob Brown State University is trying to recruit, but I've got all these state legislator imposed restrictions on me. And Lonzo State University is one state over. And LSU, Lonzo State University.
It's Zoe State, man. It has more.
ZSU.
There we go.
If Zoe State University, if ZSU is in a state that goes, we don't care. If they're in Florida, a school that basically is like, whatever y'all want, go crazy, we won't care. And he's got a recruiting advantage over me. It's very difficult for me to recruit if I'm 2 hours away, but across the state line, right? I go, hey, come here. We got higher academic standards. We got this. We got real nice facilities. But then over there, ZSU's got the same nice facilities.
But beaches?
They got beaches. Well, I'm a Florida boy. I'm always going to have my RSU, University of Rob.
I thought that was
beach.
I thought that was in Jacksonville.
Screw Jacksonville. Place sucks. I will burn my campus to the ground before I'd allow it to stand in Jacksonville, Florida.
We at the Rob Brown Show in Odyssey and Upstate, and we do not condone arson.
No, not at all. I'm blowing up a hypothetical building.
There we go. Yeah.
All right. If Zoe's school has looser NIL restrictions on them in their school, and I'm 2 hours away across the state line, yeah, it's hard for me to do my job. So NCAA is basically, I think, getting to a point where they're going, hey, look, we gotta do something, right? We got to do something because while if we overdo it, then these schools in the SEC and the Big Ten might go, bleep you, we're out, and start their own thing, in which case we're dead. We're toast. We can't compete with them at this point because they got all the big schools.
Steven, my mascot, our mascot are the mullets. It's the ZSU mullets. Without
I like
doubt.
that.
Yeah.
I like that. So the NCAA is going to go, yeah, we got to do something. Now, we don't want to overstep. We don't want to go too far. Let's do this a little bit at a time, but we got to do something because if we don't do anything at all, we're going to end up killing football in some states because the state legislators decide that they're going to take some moral high ground and prevent NIL from going as far as other states, and those states are going to die in college football. We can't have that. So we got to find the healthy balance between doing enough that NCAA guidelines create a playing field that is fair amongst all of the 50, but not doing so much that the SEC and the Big Ten flip us the double bird and walk backwards out the door while they're doing it. And I think that's where these committee meetings are coming from. Anyway, Zoe found a tweet just a minute ago that said that one of the first new protocols has come through a minute ago. The Division I Council approved changes to transfer windows in all sports. Those transfer portals are now limited to 45 days. You have 30 days after the completion of your season, and you have a 15-day portal window in the fall. Or, excuse me, in the spring. If you're a fall sport, you got 30 in the fall, 15 in the spring. If you're a spring sport, you got 30 in the spring and 15 in the fall. I'll say this, make it 30 on both sides and I'm happy. Make it 30 on both sides. You got 30 on the end of your season and you got 30 right before the preseason. And then we're all good. 1 month, 2 months total. We'll see what happens next. We'll have some updates on this meeting tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show. We're back after this for the final segment of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Keegan, if you can dodge a desk, you can dodge a defensive lineman. That's all I'm saying.
You can dodge a sister with a pencil. The story blew my mind. I thought about that so much yesterday. So much.
If I shaved my head right now, there are 2 scars on my head. One of them is that. The other one is I kicked the ball into the weeds. My sister got mad. She threw a chunk of metal, which was the top part of a fence post, and it chunked into my head. My white T-shirt turned red. And I got in trouble. When she stabbed me in the head with the pencil, I got in trouble because I shoved her and she hit the corner of a table. Because, you know, when you get, and I love my sister, by the way. She's awesome. But we were younger then. That sounds like something RBSU would promise you, James.
I can't promise you the bourbon, but I can promise you a bourbon NIL contract.
Okay, there's one I missed. That was a rejoin that
Oh.
I mean,
All right, it worked.
Yeah, it
worked
did.
as a standalone.
It did, but that's not bad considering the mess that that's the only one I missed, and it's in the next to last break. Let me check the last break and make sure I didn't miss one. I think we're good.
Healing properties placed directly in your joint to restore and repair fat damaged tissue. So imagine living your life this fall with no more pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, your back, with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
Wow, if everything fires okay at 10 a.m., crisis averted.
Running a small business is no small task. At Home Trust Bank, we work hard to prepare businesses for whatever tomorrow may bring. Your dreams are our business, and we have local experts who can help you plan for a successful future. Dependable guidance you need and service you'll appreciate. At Home Trust Bank, we take your small business banking personally. Visit your local Home Trust branch or anytime at htb.com.
Ah, I found another one.
Vicks Vapo Stick delivers soothing,
What's
non-alcoholic
that?
Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick.
Another
Comfort for the whole family.
near
And try Vicks Vapor
mistake.
Oh.
Clean Vicks Vapors.
I rejoined. It just popped up after the next out. You know, if they consistently,
yeah,
but it's like a puzzle. I mean, they're everywhere, and they change colors, so Yeah, I'm not sure what that would look like on a jersey, though, the 1%ers. Maybe it'd be a pinky up. That's what it would be. It would be a pinky up.
The official logo of RBSU.
Yes.
Our uniforms are Argyle trimmed in gold.
Of course. But it would be actual gold.
Our uniforms are Burberry.
There you go.
Burberry.
Would it be the triple B?
That's 800-330-2900. This season, your coffee orders are getting warmer and your outfits are getting cozier. The world keeps changing.
Thank you, Jesse. The majority of the people seem to be agreeing with me and not with Rob, but that's okay.
Again,
it's Rob's world. He knows ball. We don't.
do know ball.
We don't know ball.
Anybody in the one slot would have drafted Bryce Young. I know 95% confidence the Houston Texans would have.
You know what? And they would have been wrong too.
It is easy to talk about how much of a brilliant person you are.
And we predicted we'd be having this conversation at this point of the year if they were wrong on the Bryce Young pick. We predicted that before the draft. All right, time to ask Rob what the X is going on. This first one, I don't even know if I should mention it, but I'm going to. Winnie the Pooh is Xing, yo.
This isn't why it's trending, but last Thursday. So, BetMGM Tonight is our BetQL network show that airs on this station from 7 to 11 any given day of the week, and they have now got me joining every Thursday at 8:20 p.m. to talk college football with them, right? So last Thursday, I set everything up at like 7:30, and then I sat down and I was watching Thursday Night Football, getting set up for Thursday Night Football, and I forgot. So I get a text from the producer at like 8:16, and he's like, all right, man, we're ready for you. Because, it's virtual, so you pop in, they put you in a little waiting room. He's like, all right, we're ready for you. Well, except for when I forgot, Rob did what Rob does around the house, and Rob just went pantsless, right? Just hanging out pantsless in the bro.
What the heck does this have to do with Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah, well, I sat there and did that entire virtual interview without pants on because they filmed me from the chest up. So I Winnie the Pooh'd it during that interview.
All right, so
I may never be asked back if they hear this.
Winnie the Pooh is trending because of Winnie's Hole. There's a new video game out called Winnie's Hole, and Winnie the Pooh is trapped like he usually does, going after honey, his butt sticking out, and you have to. He's been infected, and you have to go in and try to solve the infection. So the name is. Once it became public domain, and people went the weirdest places. So Winnie's Hole is what's trending. Did you look it up?
I hate everything and everyone. I hate everything and everyone.
I'm glad because the next thing that's Xing, yo, is Urban Meyer.
Especially him. Especially that guy. What did that clown do this time?
Rumors out there. The Michigan State job, is open, and that's one of the greatest college football coaches of all time might be jumping back into the Big Ten.
Bruce Feldman of The Athletic and Fox put up a tweet 13 minutes ago that said about the reports linking Urban Meyer to the Michigan State HC job. I just checked with him. There is zero truth to it with him being a candidate for it. He has no interest in that and is happy with what he's doing now at Fox Sports.
Wait, that fountain of truth, Urban Meyer? You believe you believe what he says?
Excellent work.
That blonde is dancing right now. She
Excellent
is.
work.
Last thing, Xing is National Vodka Day.
I think I shall celebrate. There is a bottle of Stoli sitting on top of the liquor cabinet right now, except for now I got to start my drinking at like 4 in the afternoon so I can be asleep at 9. I love this job. Yo, have a good rest of your day. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. We'll see you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better. Emily Adams of the Greenville News, Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast, and Fight Club. All coming up on the Thursday edition of the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah.
It is, Trey. And that's where you have to go into the game from what I understand. And with that, hopefully the only adventure that we enter in today is over.
Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800.
All right. Thank you, Steven. That's very kind of you. Trey, don't ever tweet at me like that ever again. All right. That's just messed up.
But again, accurate.
James said, hold up, let him cook. All right, we got stuff to do. We will see you guys back here tomorrow. Sincerely, thank you all for watching. Share it with your friends. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.